Okay. Maybe a little too much correction on the camera there. Okay. Well, I'm gonna hope that it's working now because I can at least see things moving on OBS again. Always fun stuff. Okay. I totally know what I'm doing. So my plan for today is I'm mostly going to be making a bunch of small things. I do want to take them into the store where I sell things in person. My stock there is getting kind of low, and I am paying for the shelf space, so I want to keep it filled. And I also have to go out that way. Anyways, today I'm going to grab a Build-A-Bear shirt to see if it will fit on land here. Theoretically, it should. I do have a Build-A-Bear of my own. And they're approximately the same size, but he's a lot chunkier than the Build-A-Bear is, so I don't know for certain that they're going to fit. So I want to grab that and see if it will. If not, I'm going to have to make my own custom shirt for him, which I've done before. I do know how to make clothing for them. It'll just be an extra little add-on for that guy. I'm doing well today, minus the whole my cameras don't want to work, OBS doesn't want to work. So all sorts of fun in the morning there. But we'll see how it's going. But yeah, so I want to try and get these little guys done. These are the Narwhals, Choli Knight's Narwhal design. It's fairly quick to sew up. There is the side piece, there's two of them. There's the belly piece, and then the little fins on the side. So that's about it. You've got the fin, the side, and the belly as the pieces there. Oh, and the little horn, because otherwise they're just a fish, a little whale. So we have to gnar them with their little horn. So I've got these 6 that I put together real quick yesterday. I cut the fabric out on a previous day, but I stitched these guys up yesterday and then stuffed them while watching TV at night. And now I just need to close up the holes there and then put some horns on them. So that's all the hand sewing part. And then I'd like to make a couple more. I'm thinking I might make some dark blue or purple ones as well, just so that I have a good color variety. I do still have some narwhals at the store, but I don't know what colors they are. I don't have them listed in my inventory by color. I just have like narwhal. So if I make a full spread of colors, I should be good for having whatever is there is already covered. So I have, I think, 11 horns pre-made for them. So I think if I make 2 more, I'll have 10. That'll probably be good. I do have some really fun cow print fabric. So I might be able to make a cow. Let me pull that out. Yeah, I've got some cow print. So that might be something. The spots are a little bit big for a little narwhal like this, though. So it might not get too many actual cow spots. I'd have to be very careful about where I actually cut the spots from, I guess. I may or may not do that. So I love this fabric. I picked it up just because it was like, it's cow. It's wonderful. I can make cow out of it. But I don't actually have any cow to make out of it. So now I'm just trying to figure out what I can turn into a cow. I also have some little plants. I could potentially do some plants on a narwhal. The only downside to that would be because of the direction of the fabric. The narwhal sits like this on the fabric, so all the plants would be going sideways instead of up or down. But that might be an option as well. So I will keep those thoughts in mind. It may or may not actually work. I also got some new headphones so that I could potentially hear like the new follower alerts and like not ignore people. But for whatever reason, they are just being absolutely dumb and not connecting and not working, and not overly happy with that. But me and technology, we don't get along, so this is all par for the course. Hi, Pick. Good morning. I am making narwhals today. So I want to get all of these guys hand sewn first, just so that I have 6 to take in this evening. Because I really do want to take them in. I'm going to be going to that exact area anyways for buying a Build-A-Bear shirt. So I want to be able to take these in and kind of do 2 trips at once. Otherwise I have to take a second trip all the way in, and I hate doing that. When I can do 2 things at once, I will. So I'd like to get at least these 6 done because they're mostly there. And then I will work on probably 4 more narwhals just to have the full 10. I may or may not make the cow or the plant one. And then from there, I will probably work on bats for the rest of the day. Just some of these little beesy bats. The little wings, the patterns inside. Little tiny toes. All of the pieces for these guys are already cut out. The toes were sewed together on my embroidery machine. So now it's just a matter of stitching them all together. So I may work on some of them today just so that if I got lots of time after all the narwhals, I'll have some bats that I can take into the store as well. So that's my plan. None of the custom stuff. Yeah, me and Bluetooth not doing well today. So the land plushie that I'm working on, this guy here, he is about the same size as a Build-A-Bear, and I've got Cupcake, my tie-dye bear here. This is my little Build-A-Bear guy. I've got a Build-A-Bear just for size comparison, and because it was super rainbow and I put the scent in it, so she smells like vanilla, and I love her. But if I get a t-shirt, I'm going to see if it fits on land because they're about the same size. Land's just a bit chunkier than the Build-A-Bears are. Like, she's a little bit squishier, and her arms are not nearly as thick as his is. But if he fits in a shirt, that's fantastic. He's going to get just a little shirt outfit to go with him. If not, I'm going to just make a little custom shirt that he can wear. So that'll be a later project, but I need to see if he's going to fit the Build-A-Bear shirt first. So I'm going to grab that today. Because that will kind of inform my decision on what I do next. If he is too big for the shirts and his owner really wants him to fit Build-A-Bear shirts, I can actually scale down the pattern after I design it to fit a Build-A-Bear shirt, or I can just custom make one there. Yeah, no Nakey Land. He's got to have a shirt on. He's going to Pooh Bear it, though. He's just getting a shirt. Oh, you're knitting your owl a blanket? Oh, Godspeed. I know how to knit theoretically. I do not have the patience for knitting at all. So the counting and the remembering what you're doing and not pulling things too tight, I am terrible at all of that. So I'm always really impressed by people who knit and crochet. That is not one of the things that I'm good at doing. I can, but I'm not good at it and I don't enjoy it. So, okay. I'm going to pull my chair over because I'm actually going to sit for these guys. Because I'm going to be sewing on the table. If I do just stand up, I end up getting really close to them and I hunch over like a little gremlin. So I'm going to sit for most of today while I put the little horns on these guys. Yeah. And okay. Tiny scissors. Okay. So these little guys. They are all stuffed, so I left a gap in the side of each of them, and that's just where I stuffed them through. So I'm going to go through and just sew up those gaps on everybody first. I do have a bunch of needles over here, but none of them have a long enough string to use. I don't have the exact pink color for these guys, but I've got something close enough. And theoretically, if I pull my stitches tight enough, you're never going to see them anyways. So it's not like the thread color actually matters. The one place you will see the thread is actually on the little horns. I go around to make a spiral on them to make them, well, look like a narwhal horn where it's all spiraled around. That one, the thread is on top, so I'm going to use white. These horns are a cream color, so they're not exactly the same as the white as I throw it. So it'll stand out just a little bit, but it'll still be mostly matching. I'm not going to use something like pink on top of the horns. I'm going to use that white there. Although pink on the horns would look kind of cool, like extra stand out there. But it's also harder to hide any errors that you make if the thread stands out. So I think I'm going to opt for hide the mistakes rather than not. Oh, what kind of gem? This is on the owl? So I'm not pulling any of my stitches tight right away. You can just kind of see they're all big right there. And I'm trying to keep them as horizontal as possible. This is called a ladder stitch where you just go in and out and then to the other side in and out so that each of your stitches go parallel right across. I'm going to wait until they're all stitched through to make sure that they're all like straight, and then I'll give it a little tug and pull them all tight. And right when I get to the edge, this is where I sewed it on my machine. I'm going to make sure that my stitch is real close to those stitches. I don't want to come out this far or something because that will then pucker the fabric in. So as you get close to where you begin and end, you just kind of taper towards that stitched line. Right, like that. And then that's all there. I make sure all the fabric is inside the stitches and tuck it nice and tight. There we go. That's the line there. And then because I like making them extra secure, I'm actually going to go back over to the beginning, and that's where I'm going to actually tie my knots. So at this point, I'm going really close to that line because I don't want to add more fabric. I don't want to like stitch a new line. I just want to reinforce the one that I have already stitched. Oh, okay. The little diamonds with the flat bottoms. Oh, like, are you using that as like the little eye shines? Or the actual like the whites of his eyes, like the whatever the opposite of the pupil is, or like the little shiny white parts on the eyes, like the light shines. Because the light shines would be really cute sounding. Yeah, the shines. That's really cool. Okay, so I'm back at the beginning. We're all good to go there. So I'm going to just tie a little knot there. And this knot should be the only part of the thread that's actually visible, so it should be fine that you can't actually see, like, you're not going to see any of the other thread in there, so it's okay that it doesn't match. And I just tie my knot like 3 times. Because I started here, went to the end, and came back, that end should be fairly well held together. There's not going to be too much of an issue of it coming out, even if the knot comes undone. It's the same as when you lock a thread on the sewing machine by going forward and backwards. The edge, like the ends of threads, is where it causes issues. So the fact that like I began here, tied the knot, and then went all the way here and then back, that last end can't really come apart unless the original knot at the beginning also comes undone. So everything is pretty secure as long as you begin and end in the same spots. Then I just stick my thread through to a different area, pull it tight, and give it a little snip nice and close, and it pulls the rest of the thread right into the back there. So there's one guy done. And I'm just using a big snarly knot on the end. If you need to hide the knot, this is not the greatest way of doing it because it's big and lumpy, but this is just going to go inside with the stuffing, so it doesn't matter. So I'm not being super concerned about the appearance of my knot there. And again, I'm starting really close to the machine stitches there. And then I'm going out to my 1/4 inch seam allowance because that's what I used all the way around. So I'm going to just kind of estimate what a 1/4 inch in is and then stitch there. You're really fighting back right there. Come on. Okay, so to the end, I can pull them tight, make sure that it all looks good, and then go back to the beginning. Ah, first stab of the day. I think this is going to be a fairly boring stream today, just because this is all the hand sewing. This is probably my least favorite part of plushie making, where you're just finishing them all up. I really like the designing and the like creating something from scratch. That's why I really like the like original character plushies, because generally those designs don't exist anywhere else. Like there are some species like I think the most popular one is the the Dutch Angel Dragon. There's lots of Dutch Angel Dragon OCs out there, but even they are somewhat unique. Oh, I was watching the Games Done Quick stream earlier this morning while I was setting everything up and eating breakfast. That was really fun. I could never. I don't think I have the the skills required to play games quickly. Like the precision required for some of those. I don't think I have that. Um, but I really enjoy watching other people do that. Like that is a awesome skill set. Yeah, so Dutch Angel Dragon, it's a species that someone created. It was just like her own character was this species that she called a Dutch Angel Dragon. And then it got really popular. I believe her character was named Telephone. And it got really popular. So she basically opened up the concept to other people that you could create the same kind of a species. So that was kind of cool. And so now people like they use the same basic idea, like she says, like they have to have certain features, they can't have these features, they look kind of like this. Um and then other people can use those guidelines to create their own characters. So I think Dutch Angel Dragons were one of the most popular ones, or maybe no longer, but definitely like 10 years ago, Dutch Angel Dragons were so incredibly popular that like people just even abbreviated them down to dad. Like, and people knew what you were talking about, kind of a thing. Um, so generally, everyone's characters are completely unique, but in some cases, they can have same basic shapes. Um, but I really like doing those kinds of things where they're all kind of unique and they are different each time, so it forces me to be creative and think things through and make something. Whereas finishing things is just kind of busy work. And I don't have a lot of patience for busy work. I usually do things like this at night after I'm done with like my work for the day. I continue to do work. I'll just sit in front of the TV. We'll watch something. Me and my husband will watch something together. And while I'm watching, I'll do all of this. It takes longer because I'm only half paying attention, but it's a whole lot less aggravating, I think. I'm gonna use this needle. Yes, horse dragons, wolf paws, and feathery wings. That's a very good description. Yep. Oh, I didn't see the Ratatouille run. I dropped in when they were playing like scary games or something. It was I don't remember the game, but then they played like the Goosebumps game, which I didn't even know existed, and they were like, "Oh yeah, it's gonna take us like 10 minutes," and it did, and it was fantastic. Normally, when I play games, it is slow going. Um, I I'm the kind of person that will like spend a lot of time dropping items out of their inventory in Skyrim to rearrange apples and make everything look really nice. And then the next time you enter your house in Skyrim, when all the collision happens and like the apples go flying everywhere, I will then go and pick them up and put them away. So I whatever the opposite of a speedrunner is, that's me. That's how I play games. I also spend a lot of time smushing my character's face into the wall so that I can see things up close and just be like, ooh, I love the texture on this wall. Or wow, they put some little runes in here. That's such good detail. Um, so yeah, I am the opposite of a speedrunner. I've been watching you and your brother play Spyro really fast, like galloping around. That is a lot of fun. I actually have Spyro. That's a game that I have, and I have not started playing once. Yeah, I have never actually played any Spyro game, and I haven't really played any games for several months now. I've been really focused on trying to do like lots and lots of plushies and really making this like a thing. Ever since we moved into this new apartment, like I have my own craft room now. It's only used for my crafting and nothing else. So I've been really focused on using my craft room and trying to really make this full-time thing work. So I haven't played games in months now. Moose, Judo! Hello, good morning. My weekends are generally my free time. There are some past weekends where I was actually working to get plushies and stuff done, but I really try not to work on the weekends so that I do have a little bit of time free for whatever I want to do. Um, right now, that free time though has been taken up with planning for wedding. So it has been kind of hectic and I'm stressed and frazzled all over. And yeah. Yes, I have 30 followers now. That is very exciting. So, and some of them are even people that I didn't ask. Like two of the followers are my mom and dad, but like some of them are not. And that's really exciting. Today's stream is probably not going to be great for getting new followers, though. This is literally just watching Moose stitch holes closed in plushies. Maybe after I get these bodies all sewn up, what I'll do is I'll cut some fabric, which will be wild and crazy and exciting, and I can then make a couple more little narwhals from that fabric there. Looking at this guy from the underside, I just realized his flippers are not quite aligned. He's a little off kilter there. I'm not fixing it, but he's a little off kilter there. Whoops. So these guys take me very little time to make from start to finish, so I can sell them for a much lower price and still make money on them. The downside is if I do make little mistakes, that's a part of their charm at that point, because going back and pulling this whole thing apart to fix him just a tiny bit would no longer make him worth making. So he's going to be a little wonky there, but he'll find someone who likes him. He is handmade after all. Like, it's to be expected. Yeah, sharp things on stream, very exciting. Yeah. Will she stab herself or won't she? She will. She will absolutely stab herself. I have already stabbed myself once today. Uh, that's super common. I will probably stab myself multiple more times. I don't know if stabbing with the back of the needle counts, but usually when I'm hand sewing, I end up with a little divot in my finger, just because I'm pushing on the back of the needle with it. I do have a thimble, which is just like hard plastic and rubber to protect your finger from doing that. Do I use it? Not usually. Yeah. Extreme plushie making. Blood everywhere. All my blood, not the plushie's blood, though. I guess that would be stuffing. I could, yeah, let's see. Some guts and gore. Just, viscera all over the place. I have to put a mature filter on my stream. Just be like, entrails all over the table. Okay. Well, my Bluetooth headphones are working in that I can hear things out of them, but now all I'm hearing is that screaming low battery at me. I charged these overnight. That is not great battery life. So let me go swap this one out with another one as soon as I finish this little stitch here. Back to the beginning, so just tying a tiny little knot. Okay. This guy's got a little bit of stuffing that's sticking out of that gap, so I'm just going to pull the extra off there. There we go. And then I can stab him through the gut, straight to the heart, and out the belly. There we go. Yes, these headphones are actually brand new. As of Wednesday last week, a week ago, I guess. No, even less than that. So I had a pair of headphones. They were my husband's, and he lost his, bought some new ones, found his, gave me the new ones. They then proceeded to sit in a box for like a year. So I took them out and I was like, yeah, I'm going to use these for the stream so I can actually hear things. Like when the little follower bing goes off. Because I can't listen to it on my laptop because the microphone picks up my laptop and I don't want the echo and everything. So I took them out, I charged them up, and I went to connect them, and you have to open the little case, and then it says they'll like trigger the Bluetooth connection. So I opened the little case and it said Bluetooth, and then it didn't say anything more. And it would not connect. So I was like, okay, fine. They something went wrong for having them sit in the box for a year. Maybe I should have actually used them. But my husband really likes that pair, so I went and I bought a new set to just use the same kind, but maybe this time they would work. So I got that set. I charged them up. I opened the little case. Nothing. They're completely dead. They do not work at all. So I returned them. And I got this pair. And this one, when you open the little case, it said Bluetooth ready to connect. So I connected it. And now it's telling me low battery constantly. Like, I charged them up overnight. They really shouldn't have. I've been streaming for 36 minutes-ish. They really should not have a low battery after 36 minutes of use. So, yeah, if these don't start working by tonight, I think I'm going to get a different brand now. What are they? They are a black and green box. Let me see. They are Razer Hammerhead True Wireless. Yeah. And my husband has had a pair of these for a couple of years now with no issues whatsoever. So I was not expecting to have issues with like 3 of them in a row. Yeah, they're just little, tiny little earbuds. I do have actual headphones that I could wear, but when I'm working at my table, I am constantly just like looking up and down. So anything on top of my head, 1, squishes my glasses into the side of my face and it hurts, and 2, they end up falling off my head, just the weight of them. Yeah, I think this is very weird bad luck. Especially because my husband's has not had issues once. And I think his headphones are like, I think 3+ years old now. I don't know. He got them when these guys were like brand new. Um, so however long that has been, that's how long that he's had his with 0 issues, minus losing them, but that wasn't an issue with them. That was they're so small he misplaced them. But so weird. Yeah. So I've just got really bad luck with them. But if these don't work, I think I'll just try a different brand. Uh, because I don't know if I want to try a 4th time. Like, what is it? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 4 times, Moose is just an idiot. Yeah, I'm not a super fan of earbuds. I prefer headphones, but because I normally I wear them like headphones for everything, and I've got some really nice headphones with like the memory foam ear cups and everything. But for sewing, because I'm looking up and down so much, headphones don't stay on my head and they just squish my glasses weird. So I was willing to try the headphones or the earbuds there uh for streaming. And then, well, me not liking them is why they sat in the box for a year. Because I was like, oh, I'll just use them if like I break my headphones or something. Last resort. Um. So yeah, uh, uh, I'll keep trying for streaming because I do want to be able to hear my alerts. Like that's a thing. I like to know when somebody comes in and follows so that I can actually say hello and thank you. But I've had terrible luck with this. Yeah, so the first pair I tried last week. The second pair I bought, I think last Wednesday, and they failed, so I tried them again. And this current pair I've only had since Monday. And they were all brand new, like completely sealed box when I got them. So it wasn't like I got a refurbished pair or anything, as far as I'm aware. I think I'm going to just chalk it up to me and technology issues. I mean, Judo, you missed the beginning of the stream, but for some reason, OBS just stopped responding to anything. Like, it still said I was streaming, but nothing was moving. Like, I could not click anything. I could not make it work at all. I restarted it twice, and now it's working. Oh, that's normal. Okay. So that's not me. That's just OBS is mean to everyone. That's good. That makes me feel better because I was fighting with that and also my earbuds at the same time telling me that they had a low battery. And it's like, no, you definitely don't. You're charged. And then OBS is like, I'm also low on battery. OBS did not want to get left out of the fun. I'm glad it's not just me then. It's not just my technology gremlins. This needle's actually doing better, so I'm gonna, I think, stick with this one today. I have several different needles that I keep in here. They're all different sizes. When you're sewing on a machine, the needle size actually matters because it's a different width and strength. So you don't want to be using a very thin, lightweight needle trying to sew through leather because it will just snap and break. And you don't want to be using a giant, like super thick needle on a very thin fabric because it'll leave big holes around the stitches. So that actually matters. But when you're sewing by hand, it's much more just personal preference. I tend to like the bigger needles just because there's more metal to hold on to and like grip. But the larger needle that I was using was not sliding through the fabric as nicely this morning. So I've got my nice tiny, my smallest possible needle right now, and that one's actually working. So I guess I have to be a small needle type person today. More dangerous for the stabs. Judo, I will. I've got a little list of things that are probably not necessary right away, but I was considering them and like I don't know how to do them. Mostly involving bots and things in the chat room. Like telling chatbot or nightbot or whoever, whatever the bot is, like to say PP and things like that, but not that, like other things, to have it say other things. But that'll be a eventuality type thing. I have been very busy with like, yes, stream elements, that's the bot. That's a very important command. Yeah, so I'd like the bot to be able to say other things as well. And eventually, if another streamer that he starts streaming at 7:30 in the morning my time, which is before I'm even awake. But I did used to watch him in the mornings when I was watching people stream instead of streaming myself. I would have streams on just kind of for background noise and for people working in the background makes me work better. That body doubling type thing. So I would watch him stream, and he's got this thing where he paints minis, so that's pretty cool. But he has this thing where if he's not paying attention to chat, one of his mods can type like !look, and then it has like a little bird call and that he hears, and then he knows to look over at the chat room. And then it says something like the bot writes in chat like, "Look at chat, we're needy, pay attention to us." And I totally want to steal that idea. Especially because when I'm over at my sewing machine, I can't actually see chat. I've got a iPad here and a computer that way, but I've got nothing that way. So I think it'd be nice to have just some kind of a little alert of like, hey, pay attention to chat. But I have no idea how to do that. I know it's possible because he does it, but that's all I've got. I have the chat on my iPad and my laptop. I could potentially put it on a phone and carry the phone with me, but I've got 3 total phones. One's my camera right there. One's the camera for my sewing machine, and then I usually use the other one for my embroidery machine when I have an embroidery to set up, which I don't actually have right now, so that phone is just sitting on my table. So today I could have chat on my phone with me and carry it around with me. But normally when I'm streaming, I'm using all of my phones and other technology. So I guess I could take my iPad with me, but it's plugged in so it doesn't die, and the cord does not reach that far. So I just have to remember to plug it in and out each time, which honestly I'm not good with. I will most definitely forget to plug it back in, and then it will die, and I will be sad. I did kill my camera, my phone camera, a while ago. Last week streaming, it died because I forgot to plug it in. Or rather, I plugged it in to the cord, but I didn't actually plug the cord into the wall. So, that happened. It was just like all of a sudden the camera died, and it's like, oh, okay, well, I guess we're not watching me sew then. We'll just watch the table. I also was not super paying attention. Like, I know Alt did something to make Stream Elements say PP where he like typed that in to chat. And then like Stream Elements was like, yes, I recognize the command. I wasn't actually paying attention to what he did, so I don't know what that is or like how to search what he did. I could probably just Google tell chatbot to say something in Twitch and see what comes up, but I don't actually know what that was called, like what that action was. How to do the thing. Google search. Okay, there's my 6 little guys. There we go. The holes in their sides have been fixed. That's where I steal their kidneys from. So they are all sewn back together. I still have the horns to sew onto them, but I think before I do more hand sewing, I'm going to cut some fabric because I am bored of the hand sewing already, and that's not great. I do want to be able to finish these today, so I need to pace myself. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's my 6 horns. I do have some extra horns in my parts bag here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, I've got 5 extra horns before I have to make more of these. I cut up the last of my cream colored, or is this cream, or I think this was cream. I cut up the last of this minky to make all of these little narwhal horns. So if I cut up more, I have to get into the next, like the full piece, the full yard piece. And because I'm using cream on two other plushies that I'm making right now. I don't really want to cut up too much of it. I'm not going to need the full yard for those guys. I'm probably going to need a quarter yard for one and maybe an eighth of a yard for the other. But I still don't want to cut into it just in case I need it. It would really, really suck to be short on a big project by the horn amount because I cut a horn out first. So I'm going to stick with just the 11 total horns for now. But that should be more than enough of these guys. I don't sell that many a month, so this will restock me for quite a while of these guys. I do need to make more bats, though, because I sold, I think, 6 or more bats this month. So I need to replace 6 or more bats just to keep the shelf all full. So, okay, I'm going to move all these guys out of the way just so that I can cut the fabric better. They are too big now. Now that they are stuffed, they're too big to go back into the bits bag, so I'm just going to toss them off to the side. But I am going to put the little horns back in the bits bag just so they don't get lost. And then that gets tossed with them as well. I'm going to move away my hand sewing stuff. Put that off to the side where I will lose it and have to search for it again. And the fabric for the whales. Okay, so here are my purples. I am going to be using some lavender for a project, but that's fairly small, so I can do that. I just need like a 5x5 square of the lavender for a project, so I feel confident using that. So that will be the belly, I think. I'll do the lavender belly. Just like on this guy where it's got that much lighter colored belly, I'll do a lavender belly. But what color do I want for the rest? I have Jewel. I have Violet. I have no idea what this one is. I did not label it. That's my bad. Ouch. That's the second stab today. And I have no idea what this is because I bought it before I was actually labeling any of my fabrics. So this one is several years old. Based on the feel, this is a Shannon color. But I have no idea what color. I've gone through the list and looked it up, and I cannot tell for the life of me what that dark purple actually is. Where did I put... Because this one, I think I have the color of this one. I just didn't actually label it. There's lavender. Okay, so in my swatch book, I have violet, jewel, lavender, completely unknown, and this is Howl Fabric Bellflower. Okay, so I have to actually label that one before I forget again. Whoops. And I have a purple sticky note that kind of blends in. That was not on purpose. But this is purple Sharpie. Okay. Uh, where did I put my pins? There they are. Okay. Actually, I just need one there. Okay. So I've got my bellflower, my lavender. If you have any suggestions on what color might look best for a narwhal, let me know. I'm kind of leaning towards lavender and jewel here. These two. Because they're kind of similar in the same way that my yellow is. Like green has got a huge contrast on his body and belly. And pink is a pretty huge contrast as well. If I want the same contrast, I could go with my unknown really dark purple there. But yellow doesn't have a huge contrast. Yellow has just pretty similar colors. So if I do that one, or these two, the violet and the lavender, those don't have as much contrast as these guys do. So pick, you think violet here with the lavender? Those two together? Those ones are pretty similar. So that could work very well as a combo. Jewel is a little bit more saturated than is violet. So I do really like this crazy dark purple here. But it is very high contrast. So I think I want a little bit of a lower contrast. So I'll do these guys here. I can always make them in the future with different colors as well. These are the little narwhals are just kind of mix and match whatever I'm feeling that day. So I'll use these two today. And then later on, maybe I will make a super saturated, violently purple little narwhal there. So I just got to put these away now and grab out my blues. So my blues, I have a lot of different blues and teals right now. Because I'm working on Lan and he's going to have multiple shades of teal, I ended up buying a bunch of them just to have. Teal is like one of my favorite colors. So teals, blues, and purples are kind of my thing. So I grabbed a bunch of these guys. So I've got all of those teals. All of these blues. And those are just my medium and light blue. And I've got my dark blues. Oop. Whoop, whoop. And they're all falling over. Okay. Well. There we go. 5 in from this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one here. The skinny guy. Yeah. This is, well, I really like these dark teals. You guys don't really get to see it because most everything on my camera is blue. But if you go around my entire craft room, almost everything, like my needle container is teal. All of the feet that I have for my machines, all of their dividers are also teal. All of my little tools also in a teal there. So I kind of like teal a little bit. But now I have to figure out what color to make that the next little narwhal. Let's see. Back the pink. If I want to go high contrast, one of these ones would probably be best as the base. I have a baby blue and a aqua, kind of very, very light teal color. So baby blue if I want to go something in the blue range, or the aqua if I want to go something in the teal range there. Baby blue is a very like warm blue, I want to say. Blue is a cool color, but it's much warmer than some of these other guys. Like it doesn't seem to quite match them. So if I'm going to use a blue, maybe I want to do something like this and a little less contrast. Like I could do these two next to each other, or I could do those two there. No, those don't really have the same kind of color to them. I could make Whalmer. Yeah. Let me see. His color, he's not super saturated and he's kind of dark. I don't have a desaturated dark blue. I have a medium blue here, and I've got a medium saturated blue. He's kind of darker than that one, though. I don't want to go all the way into these ones with a Whalmer. That's really dark. And then I have to reach into my cream again for his belly. So maybe I won't make a Whalmer, not until I finish Lan and the little Stitch OC that I'm making. Once I finish them, then I'll reach into my cream again. I think I'm going to go with teal. Because the last time I made a bunch of these guys was before I took on Lan. So I didn't have all of... I have this teal that I've been using for other projects. And I also have no idea what this is because I bought it before I was labeling things. But I think I'm going to make a teal one just because I didn't have teal the last time around I made these guys. So I'm for certain I didn't have a teal variety for sale. Whereas I do know I made a dark blue one. I think I used What blue did I use? I might have used this blue here. I think I gave it a white belly. Yeah. So I don't want to make those ones again. So yeah, I'll use my super, super light teal, the aqua. And maybe I'll use my darkest of my teals here. Which I don't know the color of it. It's a Shannon fabric. So it's Shannon Cuddle 3, but I did not have a name for it. It is a full piece, though. I haven't cut anything out of it, so maybe instead I'll just use that one. My oldest one and my pretty one. So I'll use those two together. That is pretty high contrast. I could do this one instead. Oh, you know, I like these two. I'm going to cut into this one. What is this one called? Aruba. Howl fabric Aruba. I'm going to do Aruba with my completely unknown Shannon one. Yeah. Okay. That's my decision made. Fantastic. Now I need to put these guys back. So, whoop, dark ones first. Let's see. Pile you there. I just want to make sure all the tags are in the right direction, because one of them was backwards when I pulled it out and I stabbed myself. Let's see. And flip these guys around. Okay, so Aruba, Unknown, Lavender, and Violet. Those will be the extra little guys that I make. Okay. And I'm going to just make 2 of each of them. Whoop. I have a magnet for all my pins, and then I just stick this somewhere so that I don't lose them while I'm working with them, and then I still have them to pin back up when I'm done there. So those are those guys. I think I put my pattern away. Yes. This is just a free pattern that Cholly Knight made. I need to have, I want to do another like exclamation point Cholly Knight to link her site constantly. Because this is her pattern. I printed it out on cardstock and then glued it to a second piece of cardstock so it's really, really stable. And then I made a couple of changes, and you can kind of see them on the back here. Instead of doing the full eye that she has there, in order to speed things up, I just use a tiny plastic eye. And so I put a hole in the in the pattern there. And then I can put a mark on the fabric right where that little eye needs to go so that I make sure that they line up properly. Right here, she's got the dart at get sewn closed. So I've just where you need to sew to. You don't stop at the V to there. And then I've got one at the very end at the tail. When you're sewing the top together, that's where you stop there. So that you the tail part here beyond that hole, that is where it splits into the 2 fins right there. So if you continue to sew all the way down to the end, you only get one tail there. you know, get the two divide there. It would be sewn together like that, which would not be great. I also don't leave the top open for the stuffing. I do it right in the side because I think it hides it better. I don't like doing anything on the top of plushies where you see them. So right there is best, at least for me there. And then on the bottom, I have a hole for the top center so that I know where to align the stitches there. And I have two holes on each side, and that just tells me where to align the little fins there. So I've got those guys, and missing, that's the horn. I don't need the horn. I do need the fin. And then what I've done with the fin, so on this pattern piece, there's a dotted line. That's where your stitches go. So if you cut out the full piece, then you stitch on the dotted line. What I've done for the fin is I actually cut it out on the dotted line most of the way around, not the top section, but for the most part, I cut it out on the dotted line. So when I trace the fin, I know that I have to sew right on the line I drew. When I trace these ones, I know that I have to sew a 1/4 inch in on that dotted line there. So the fin, just because it's so tiny, I hate going around the tiny little edges. So I can make this fabric actually a little bit bigger and then cut it out after I'm done sewing it. That one is going to go there. And I get to figure out where to lay these guys out nicely. The fabric goes down this way, so that is the arrow that says nap. It also goes down with the way that you brush the fabric. Nap does not mean take a nap. It means that's the direction that the fur brushes. And you'll see that on a whole bunch of different fabrics. Anything basically that has fuzz to it, like minky, faux fur, velvet, anything where you can brush it in one direction, and then if you brush it the other way, it feels weird or bad. That's just the nap of the fabric. Let's see. That's pretty good there. I will probably be able to get a couple of fins right there. So I'll trace this guy right here. Let me get my pattern weights. And then I'm going to scoot away for 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Oh, I can do this. Okay. I hope that doesn't actually come across the mic. I moved a fan towards my craft room because with all the lights and everything I have going on, it's getting a little bit warm in here. So I point a fan at me. Hopefully that doesn't get picked up by the microphone. If so, I don't know what to tell you because I don't want to bake to that today. I'm going to trace this guy out. And I've got just the little dots right where the holes are. So that's one. Ultimately, I'm going to need four of these guys. Two on each side to make the two plushies there. So let me see here. And it's fine that the lines on the edge here are touching because I'm going to be cutting right on those lines. So it's not like I have to leave space in between. I will have to leave space in between when I'm tracing the fins though, because those I'm stitching right on the lines of itself. So I want to have a little bit of extra leeway around the edges when I go to cut it out. So there's that. Okay. Now, I don't know if I want to put this one right here because that's a pretty big gap of space. And the way I'm going to do the fins, I'm not, like, if I was cutting out the fins normally, I could probably cut one out right there and save that space. But I'm going to be actually cutting them out as, like, a block. And I don't really want to have a single fin there. So where am I going to put this little guy? Same there. If I put him here, I'm kind of wasting this space. I might put him right there. It's not as much space that I'm wasting there. So yeah, I'm going to put him right up there, and I'll cut that side out. And a dot for the eye, a dot for the dart, and a dot for the tail. Yeah, so Minky here, this Minky that I use is one of the softest fabrics that you can get for a relatively inexpensive price. You can get some really nice plush type fabrics, but they start getting up there in price. Minky is thin enough that it's easy to work with. You're not like cutting fur away from it, while still being very, very soft. I don't think I have. Yeah, okay. I also have like this kind of fabric, just a small bit of it, but this is much more like teddy bear fur. Actually, this was used for a teddy bear, but like this is just like very, very soft and fluffy. but this is a lot more expensive. And whenever you cut it, the edges fall apart like very, very easily. So you get these long strands of fur everywhere. And then when you sew it together, you have to make sure that the fur doesn't get caught in the seams. Otherwise, there's like a bald spot there. So this is a little bit harder to work with, but it is actually softer than the Minky is. So there are other softer fabrics, but in terms of being super soft and also still like easy to work with, Minky is my favorite. Yeah, Velboa is like a very faux fur, a very short fur. Um, I use it whenever I want to make something feel like velvet without actually using a long velvet. Velvet and velveteen are like very, very short pile. It's got a very short fuzz to it. Velboa has a slightly longer, but it still has that same feel as like a velvet. So that's the only time I really use that, and it's a pain to work with as well. And then, of course, you can just do like faux furs, and there's some really nice soft fur out there. But again, you're paying a lot per yard for the soft furs. You can get cheap fur that is not very soft for cheaper than Minky, but it's not soft. It's not fun. That's for when you want the look of fur without the feel of the long fur. Okay, so that is, I've got the 4 body pieces, so I'm going to put that aside. Now I need the little fins, and I think what I'm going to do, I might have enough space here. Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 2, 4, 6. I might just have enough space here. I'm going to cut a little tiny strip all the way across for the fins, and then I'm going to just sew a line of 4 of them there. So let's see, I need to leave a little bit of a gap around them. Again, that's my seam allowance. So I'm going to start right about there. And I'm going to figure out where I put my marker. There it is. There we go. So I am actually going to sew on this line and leave the top part open. And that's where I'm going to flip it inside out. And then I can put another one right here. I am leaving a bigger space at the bottom than I am between because I'm going to just cut in between these. So really, I only need the space to get my scissors in without hitting any of the threads. At the edge of the fabric, though, I don't want my my sewing machine foot falling off the edge of the fabric. So I am including a little bit of extra space at the bottom. And 4. So this, I've only traced the top of these ones. Technically, I'm going to need 4 pieces for one whale, top and bottom of each fin. So top and bottom on the left, top and bottom on the right. So I should have 8 of these in total, but what I'm actually going to do is I've only traced 4. I'm going to fold the fabric under like that, and then just stitch all 4 like that. And hopefully I have enough all the way along. Oh, I may not. Okay, well, I'm going to make 3 here. And we'll probably cut the 4th one out right there. Didn't have quite enough fabric. I hit the edge here, and I don't want to use the edge because this is where it's all chewed up by the machine that makes the fabric. So that last like inch of fabric, I don't usually end up using. I use that in like scrap plushies, but not in finished projects. So, okay, but I'll set that aside for now. I do want to make sure that that's actually not going to work before I cut out more fins. So time to cut out the little guys. Okay. Can't get a piece out of there. Not gonna be able to fit. Not with the direction going the right way, at least. You could do a sideways maybe one, but that the fur would go the wrong direction on him. And I don't want to do that. Not on something that I'm selling. That is unprofessional. I'm gonna get rid of that little tail, but this piece I am actually gonna keep. That's a nice size piece for other things. This one I won't. The fact that this one is just like straight up and down, like vertical through there, that one's pretty nice. I can do something with that. So that'll be a stripe or something on the leg. These little bits I won't be keeping. They're not big enough. So there's my body bits. Okay, let's see what I can do here with the legs. I'm going to get my ruler and put my other ruler away. Try to join this one. Okay, so that's how much space I need for the legs. Ah, no, it goes too far. Okay, so I need enough for 3 legs, which would take me to here. And I don't want to use there. Okay, so I'm just going to cut straight across because that little bit is not worth saving. I'm not going to use that part anyways, and that's all that remains. So this piece is just going to go all the way across. And that'll be 3 of my 4 legs. So I'll put together those 3. And then I just need to do the last 4th leg. So I just need a square that's big enough for the 1 leg to be on there. So where's my little fin bit? So I need that little square there. I could cut it out of the edge here, but I think I'm going to come over to this little chunk here, and I'm going to get that chunk there. And I want it to be flipped. So I just want to make sure that I have that chunk. There we go. There's another chunk there. So I'll make the 3 here. I'll stitch them down, and then I'll put this chunk underneath the 4th one and just stitch through the 4th one onto just the single chunk there. But those are my top pieces there. This is going to be fun to refold. That is too wide. Okay, so this I'm going to probably fold into thirds. Let's see. Yeah, that's the right size. Okay. There we go. And And this is the fabric that I have no idea what it is. It's something Shannon. That's all I've got. There. So I'm putting that one away. This little bit is going to go into my scrap bucket. And then I need 2 bellies. While I do that, I'm going to put my pieces into my piece bag just to keep them away and not lost. And get rid of all the fuzzies. Set these guys aside. Okay, Aruba. And I think this is going to be the first time I cut something out of the Aruba, so I'm going to just go straight along the bottom. Yep. So the only thing I've cut out of the Aruba right now is the square that I use in my little swatch book. I haven't used it for anything else, so I'm going to just be cutting them straight from the bottom, and that's it. I will use the corner that has that cut taken out of it already, because I think that tail alignment will go right over it. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, again, I don't want to use the edge there, so I'm going to start about here. So if I put him there, that's not a lot that's missing. So that's pretty good. I'm going to do that. Put some weights on there. I don't know if I want to use my green marker because that one's a little bit dark on this fabric. I try to pick a marker that's just dark enough. And I can see the yellow on there. Okay. Oops, the front. There we go. There we go. Okay. Don't know if that shows up on camera or not, but I've got a very, very light colored yellow line around there. If it doesn't show up on camera, I'm going to just pretend that I am cutting it freehand. I am just that good. I know the shape. I don't need a pattern. Ha ha ha. Yes, I am so good at cutting fabric. This is Narwhal plushie, any percent? I mean, technically, in terms of like plushie speedruns, this would be my speedrun plushie. Like, I can make these guys in just under an hour each. When I'm not talking, they take me about an hour to make. So, in terms of like speedrunning plushies, that's the whole reason I make these, is that I can make them super, super fast. So I am kind of speedrunning this. What am I cutting my fabric with? That is called a rotary cutter. It is essentially a very, very thin piece of metal with a sharp edge, and it works like a pizza wheel would to cut through, where this blade just rotates through, so then you go around and cut it. This one is what is it? 25 millimeter size, so it's about an inch. They do make different blades in different sizes. I also have one here that is 45, and then they make a giant one that's 60. The smaller it is, the easier it is to go around turns and curves. So I like the tiny ones just because if I have like an angle here, I can actually just cut through at this angle and turn. Whereas if I'm using this larger one, I can't really do that angle all that well. So it takes me a little bit longer to like position things and line everything up there. So this is just a rotary blade, a rotary cutter. Yeah, and it speeds everything up. It does take a little bit of practice to use. It is very easy to go too fast and cut off something that you don't want or you didn't want to cut off. But once you're down, like once you're like practice with it, it is almost as fast as tracing out the design when you go to cut it. And it gives you a nice smooth line too. I don't get the little jagged bits from like scissors would give you. So yeah, like that. Pretty quick and easy to cut things out then. But also pretty quick and easy to mess up, so just be aware of that. There we go. I did trace out, not that you can see it all that well, but I did trace out where the back of the fins go, but I'm not cutting that out because I'm going to sew down those fins from the top of the body onto there. I will actually cut this out afterwards. This is just going to give a little bit more support to those tips right there. So the bottom of the fin is the last thing I cut out before I flip it inside out and stuff it. Let's see, there we go. I'm going to repin this guy back together. And this is Howl Aruba. It is. I'm still going to consider this 1 yard. I do track how much fabric I have on hand. That way, in case somebody says, hey, can you make me a plushie? And I say, yeah, sure. What color? Brown. Okay, I look at the brown. Oh, yeah, I've got brown. And then when I go to make it, I don't actually have enough. By keeping a rough estimate of how much fabric I have, I can just kind of guesstimate if I'm going to have enough for a project or not without having to unroll and count the whole thing again. So this is about a yard. When I get down to about 3/4 of a yard, when I cut more out of it, then I'll change this to say 3/4. So I track a yard, 3/4, half, a quarter, and then when I've got less than a quarter yard, I just count that as a remnant. So a quarter yard or less is just remnant. And that generally means I have maybe enough for one plushie if I'm really careful about how I lay out the pieces. But generally a remnant just means I don't have enough for a full plush out of that color. Okay, so there's my bodies. Shake off all those fuzzums. And they also go in the bag. I don't know if I could make a pillow out of the remnant bits. Generally, by the time it's a remnant, it's just chopped up in really weird shapes because I've been trying to fit the most things out of it. So it's not really a good shape for working with. Like, here's one of my remnants. My lemon color. I could maybe get a square left out of that, but like I've got bits all over there. Yeah, not like a Joanne Fabrics remnant where it's actually a nice shape. This is whatever little bits I have left. I don't need the yellow for that one. They will not. That won't show up on the purple. Let's see. Purple will probably show up on the lighter one. I'm not sure about the dark one. I might have to use a dark blue or black on that one. Let me see. I'll probably just do blue or dark black on that one. Can the plushy fabric be recycled? I don't actually know. In general, like the little bits and things that I have left over are things like this. So I end up just throwing them away. Some little guys. So I don't do a lot of I haven't really looked into what I can do with them beyond throwing them out. But I try and use as much as possible before I toss the rest there. Some little bits, I don't like, so my garbage can in my craft room is for craft stuff only. I don't put gross things in it. Like, my trash can is purely just stuffing and a couple pieces of paper. Or stuffing, fabric and the little like bits there. So I will keep that until it's full. And if I need to stuff something really, really firm, you can use the little bits of fabric and shove them in there to use that. So I will collect that. What I've got in here right now is about, let's see, I'm going back, about 2 weeks worth of little bits and lots of fluff and all the little fuzzy bits that get swept off as well. So I usually go like 2 months before I really have to empty the garbage can. And I will pick through the garbage for little bits if I still need them. But if something has like a 2 by 2 inch square of workable space, that's what ends up going into my bucket. And my bucket is almost entirely full. I'm gonna need a new one soon. But this is everything that is at least 2 by 2 square. It's stuffed in here. Well, or 1 by 4. Basically, if I've got 2 square or 4 square inches on it, I do keep those because I can use those for something else later on. I do need a second bucket. This is getting a little bit full though. But these buckets are actually, I get these from Walmart around Christmas time, and they are full of popcorn. So I need to get one next Christmas as well for the rest of my stuff. My current 3 buckets are all full of different things. I've got yarn scraps in one, fabric scraps in another, and then roving, which is just wool fluff, like what comes off of a sheep before it's turned into anything. I've got a bin full of that as well. Yes, tiny scraps are also great when you've got kids because kids have such great imaginations. They can make anything out of scraps. It's phenomenal. Yeah, so I've keep all my fabric. The different categories of it are the big, like, yards of fabric, and then I have a shelf for all my little remnants, which are just tiny little bits, less than a quarter yard there. And then I have a bin full of all my little tiny scraps, which are at least the little 2 by 2 inch squares. And then anything smaller than that, or a weird enough shape that I'll never be able to get anything out of, that goes into the trash can until it's completely full. And then I do empty it and start all over again. Generally, when I'm not streaming as well, I also use reused paper that we've already printed things on, but generally, like right now, all the paper I have to reuse with stuff has the wedding location and date and time on it that I don't really want to put on stream. So a little concession for streaming is when I'm making things out of paper, I am using fresh paper instead of the recycled stuff. And I do have to kind of be careful with what patterns I pull out for some of my other pattern bits, because a bunch of the older patterns I have are actually printed. My husband got his PhD in 2020. So he had a dissertation that he had to write, and because it had to go and be like reviewed over and over, he had to print it out multiple times. So every time a copy came back with changes to make, he'd make the changes, and then I would take all the paper and turn it into pattern pieces. So I've got a bunch of his dissertation with his name and everything on it, as well as a bunch of my patterns. So I'm gonna have to be careful with keeping that stuff off of stream. Yeah, very, very smart plushies. Some of my anything Animal Crossing basically uh, is now like a doctor. All of my Animal Crossing plushies have gotten their doctorate. Pins on the magnet. Okay, whoops, one more in there. Okay, so violet is going to be the body of these guys. I just stabbed myself again, so that's 3 stabs today. And, oh, okay, so I have obviously used this one for plushies before. I guess I've made purple whale plushies in the past. Yep, there we go. I do not remember that, but I guess they sold because I didn't remember seeing them last time I was in the shop. Goes down that way. Don't know if I want to put it there. It might make it a little bit harder to get something out of here. Let's see if it goes to there. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to get much out of there. So what I might do in this little square is I'll use this for the fins. Because I could fit 1, 2, 3, 4, and then cut that square out and get 4 more, a square somewhere else. That's all fairly straight there. What's on this side? Put that there. I can get a flip one right here. Flip it again to right there. There'll be a chunk there. That might be big enough that I end up keeping, though. Okay, so let me do the fins first. And here. Here. Let's see, what would be better? Putting it, where's my, okay, arrow goes down that way. So put him there and get that chunk, or I can flip him and get a slightly larger chunk. But either way, I'll still have space, so it's not like I'm going to be running. I don't need to keep him this way to get that space there. So what I might actually do is flip him this way, just so that I have a larger chunk here, because the small chunk is probably the garbage, the larger chunk is keeping. So that would be better to go that way. So I'm going to just keep him there while I cut, or while I trace the little fins, just so I know where they're supposed to be. Okay, so there's my little fins. Not much I can do here. This little guy goes right here, though, and I can weigh him down. Whoops, I drew on my cutting board. It's fine. Okay, so that is one body bit there. And then I will probably cut out this piece right here. And then I just need one more square for the other ones, which I will probably take out of the other side because it looks like I've got some straight lines on the cuts there. I do like to try and keep all my straight lines together because those are nice and just straight. Everything stays good. If I have to cut a square out something like this, I'm going to lose everything that goes below it. So let's see. I've already got one this way, so I need one going that way. I might put this one here and then come down to here for the second one. Oh, I like that. Then I'll just have to figure out where to put the third, the flipped one. So, okay. So this guy goes up to here. And on this one, I can't use that last, it's about 3/4 of an inch on this one, just because it is full of holes and shredded up. So I can't go up to those edges. I can come all the way down to this edge, though, like where the tip of the tail touches the edge, because this is all good fabric. It's just the edges that the machine holds while it makes the roll of fabric. That's what it gets all chewed up and overheated and just turns out bad. Oops, drew on my mat again. And I think there's a pattern right underneath there. Okay. Well, this is lumpy fabric then. Okay. So this guy, if I put its tail down all the way to the edge, he does overlap a little. So I am actually going to put him at a slight angle. Instead of being perfectly up and down, he's now at a slight angle. But that also means I don't have to cut a totally different piece out of there. There we go. And that time I did not draw on my mat. Haha. Oh, and then I immediately did it again. Whoops. I'm a professional. Okay, there we go. So I still need a square for these guys, which I will cut that square out as soon as I cut them out, just so I can match it up and make sure it's the same size. I need one more of these guys. That's actually pretty good. I'm going to rotate this guy a little bit as well, and I'm going to put him right there. Fantastic. Okay. Okay. Those lines ran over each other just a tiny bit. That's not super important though. That is going to be in the seam allowance. So when I go to cut that out, that little tiny bit there is just going to be kind of fixed up. I'm not concerned about that. This little guy. Oops, missed the corner. Okay, so that one I will need a square cut for that. Can't do anything with that little bit, so that gets trashed. Oh, I forgot to freeze tail. Ah. There we go. Okay, there's one side. I don't like having those tiny little triangles dangle around. They cause issues when I'm trying to fold the thing back up. So I do chop them off just to give it a little smooth line. I have never once needed a triangle that small because, again, everything has like a 1/4 inch seam allowance around it. So any point that comes down is going to have a 1/4 inch space underneath it. So if I cut that off, I just make it slightly smaller. I can still bring a triangle down to almost the point without needing all that space there. And then get these guys out. Okay, this just has to be refolded. I try and keep everything folded as soon as I can, instead of just putting it off to a big pile later and like being like, ah, I'll fold it at the end of the day, because I don't always fold it at the end of the day, and fabric can tend to wrinkle if you scrunch it all up into a little ball, and I don't really want to have to deal with all the scrunchy wrinkles when I'm trying to make something, especially when it comes to polyester fabrics. They're plastic. Polyester is a plastic material, so they don't always iron out perfectly, and if you're not careful, you can melt them, and there's no real fixing it after you've melted it. It just becomes trash at that point, and that's very sad. So I try and keep it all as nice and neat as I can and take care of it. And that also means I have working space, which is always at a premium. So if I fold it up and immediately put it away, it's no longer in my way. But, fuck. I didn't cut these guys out. I need to get back. I am too good at folding. Oh, I'm glad you find my advice helpful. Here's another piece of advice. Don't put the fabric away until you cut out all the bits. Okay, so going back to cutting out the bits. I do want to come over to this side, the other side from where I cut the whales out, because this is the smooth square cuts. I don't think I want to go up any further. I want to take it out of here. And where's my little square? There we go. There we go. Now I have all the bits and I can fold it again. Something new that I've also been trying to do, I didn't do this from the start, so I have several bolts that are several yards of fabric like this that are different, but I'm trying to make it now that I cut out of the bottom of the fabric. So again, it has that nap, so when you brush it this way, it feels nice. When you brush it the opposite direction, it feels bad. And you can kind of see the difference in it as well. Like it brushes very nicely in one direction. I'm trying to cut out of the bottom of it now, not cut from the top here. That way, whenever I have the fabric on the table, it's always brushed down towards me, and I don't really have to worry about which direction those arrows go. Everything just points down towards the bottom of the table here. The big problem with that right now is I've gotten used to all of my new fabrics being cut so that it's down towards the bottom, but my older fabrics are still like a mix of, some of them are upside down or not. So sometimes I have cut things the wrong way. Even just yesterday when I was making the little robot plushie dude, where's his bucket? While I was making this little robot guy, the little legs and the antenna ball that I made for him, two of these their bits are actually on backwards. So, whoops. And then I intentionally cut the bits on his test leg backwards just so that I could use up a small bit of fabric rather than wasting it. But I do still sometimes make those mistakes and it's terrible. Yeah, like a blanket. Yeah, it goes in one direction there. I'm definitely going to stab myself on this pen. Let's see. Yeah, okay. And now I can put my violet away. And that's still about 3/4 of the yard. These guys did not take enough fabric that I need to change it to less than that now. So that's still about 3/4. And now I free them. Okay, there's those guys. Baby owl. Did you finish the blanket for him now? I am done with these pattern pieces, so they're going to go away. I don't need to cut more of the horn. I've already got enough of those. So I'll actually have one extra after this. I have to decide what I'm going to make that last narwhal with. But those guys are good. Now I need 2 bellies out of my lavender. And I think this is going to be the first time. Oh, no, I used a little bit of lavender so far. What did I use lavender for? I hope it wasn't the narwhals. Am I making the exact same narwhals as before? Oh, that's so cool. And fast. Holy cow. I think I still have like knitting and crochet projects from like a year ago that I haven't gotten back to. For you to finish something that quick, that's phenomenal. I am impressed. Okay, so this fabric I have cut something out of. Something very square. What square things did I make out of lavender? I made bunnies. I made some little tiny bunnies around Easter time. I made lavender bunnies. That's where all this went. Okay. So I need two of these guys. This is my lowest point right here, so I could cut them out of here. Let's see. I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to cut them out of that lowest point right there, so everything else will still be square. Ideally, I like to keep the roundy, weird shapes off to one side and the squares on the other, but this I cut all the way across with square shapes. So I think I'm going to just cut the round guys out of the center, and then I can focus on one side with round guys and one side with square guys for layer projects. Where are my pattern weights? Right above my face. I just punched the camera. Sorry about that. Okay, so an hour of me knitting is just about making like the first row. Whoop. That pattern weight did not hold the pattern down there. Okay, so those are going to be my two bodies. That's the last bit that I need to cut out for these guys. So I can put my pattern weights hanging up again, get them out of my way. Stop for a snack break. I have tiny tomatoes. Yes, snack. Snack time. My mom recently retired, and by recently I mean several years ago. But she recently retired and has started doing a lot more gardening that she has wanted to do for a while, but we had a lot of kids in my family, so she didn't get a chance to it. But she's been growing. She's got a high tunnel now, which is essentially like a greenhouse type thing. Um, so she's been growing a lot of food, and she grows tiny tomatoes. So I'm very much looking forward to later this season trying to get back home and visiting and eating like all of her tomatoes. 5 kids in my family. Yeah, so she's got several different types of little tiny tomatoes, little grape tomatoes, and everything there. And tiny tomatoes are one of my favorite veggies. I eat them like grapes. 7 kids, that's huge. Yeah, my mom's from a family of, I think it was 7 kids. And then I'm from a family of 5 kids. And my sister has now 2 kids, one step and one bio kid. And none of my other siblings have kids yet. So we have been dropping through the generations just exponentially. Oh no, not talking to family? Yeah. I mean, so I have good relationships with all of my siblings, but we also don't like talk on a regular basis. We're all spread across the entire country at this point. My closest sibling is still about a 10-hour drive away from us. My farthest sibling is on the opposite side of the country from me. So that's a very long drive. Um, and we get together for holidays when we can, for like Thanksgiving or Christmas. I don't think we've ever gotten twice in a year, and it's usually like 3 of the 5 of us who are able to come. Um, and then we have like a group chat that we all talked in, but it's mostly just sharing pictures of our cats and our other assorted animals. So it's on Snapchat, so it's our Snap Cat group. Um, But yeah, fine relationship with all of them, but also kind of distant relationship. I honestly can't tell you what one of my brothers does for work right now. I have no idea. I haven't asked him, and he hasn't told me since like 2, 3 years ago. So the family Snapcat group is the best part. Like that's fantastic. You meet people with cats, but then it's basically just every day you wake up and you get like 2 or 3 pictures of cats just being cute. Okay. Trying to think if I have any projects that need this lilac color coming up. Because this is a nice piece for small little details. Like this could be the color of an eye somewhere. But it is kind of small. Like I don't know if I could use. Like that's a good square piece right there. Not this part. I don't care about this part. That's garbage. But that's a nice piece. I don't know if I have any projects for it though. So that might just sit around for quite a while and or turn into stuffing if I need it to. Oh, getting snapcats of cats that you're like physically in contact with? Yes, absolutely. We did that all Christmas long. I was sitting there with my parents' cats, taking pictures of them, sending them to other people who are currently in the house, looking at the cats with me. Okay, all of those guys are now cut out, and I can shake all the fuzzums off of them. That's not all of them, but that's a good number of them. Look at that. Oh, I will definitely send you some Snapcats. My parents have two long hair, like tortoiseshell type looking cats. They're very, very cute. They have like the mostly white, but then they've got the splotches of color, and it's all like the browns and the blacks, like splotchiness. They're very, very cute. I have a personal Discord. I'm working on setting up one with the name like Dapper Moose or something like that, and then making like an actual like Discord group that you can join. That's gonna be really far in advance though. Um, I do have, if you want to send me like just a one-on-one message on Discord though, that is Clockwork Moose, and I don't remember what my numbers are because I still have numbers. And my phone doesn't want to pull up Discord. It is just thinking. What are my numbers? 8464. I will have a separate account eventually with like with Dapper Moose instead of Clockwork Moose. and then that will be like where I do all my plushie making stuff. Because Clockwork Moose is just kind of the name I go by everywhere online, and I'm trying to separate that from, like, specifically plushie making is Dapper Moose, and me doing other things like playing Dragon Neopets is Clockwork Moose. So other things are on that account. I don't really use it for just plushie making type stuff, and I don't always check it because, again, I don't really use it as a business account. So I don't feel obligated, like I have to check it for people talking to me. So I just don't, and then I end up missing messages, and like a week later I reply to things. I have a thing with Discord, because I've got the different groups with the notifications in them. I've kind of pared it down to, if I don't want to hear about a topic, I've muted that specific channel in all the different groups. But if I do want to hear about it, I leave them up, and then I don't like checking some of the little white dots unless I check all of them. So the only time I really like use my Discord is when I have the free time to sit down and read everything that's new. So I'm working on getting better on that, and that's why I'm thinking a separate account for the plushie making stuff under like the Dapper Moose name, because that one I'll be able to check separately and leave my massive number of notifications on my other account to just sit there and wait for me. Okay, so that is everybody that I need to sew. I'm going to pull these guys back out as well. I don't need to do anything on the bodies or the bellies here quite yet. The next step on those ones is going to be attaching the little tiny fins, which are not sewn yet, so I can't attach them. These heads, I do need to sew that dart in on all 8 pieces there. And then sew them together. So that I can cut and sew them all on the sewing machine. I will not actually pin any of these guys together because that little dart I just need to fold over in half, and then the 2 sides of the bodies are going to have the exact same line. It's not like I'm putting like a straight line onto a curve or something like that. This is just going to be the exact same curve on both of them. The feet, though, the water feet here, the fins, they are going to get pinned, though, just because I don't want them to slide anywhere. And let's see, I want to do it this way because I want these 3 to be sewn. This is the one that gets cut in half by the edge, and you can see how gross this edge is. It's got some black marking on it. That's usually either burn or oil from the machine that held the fabric. So I do not want that in my plushies. Yeah, they're water feet. You know what? Peck. It's descriptive. It's what they do. No idea where I put my pins. There we go. So I'm going to pin the tops of each of these, and then also one along the side or bottom area, just to kind of keep them all in place. Minky tends to like to slide against itself because it's got that fur to it. Anytime you put it up against itself, it likes sliding one way or the other. Yeah, so I'm going to have to cough. So anytime you have Minky up against other Minky, it likes trying to slide, so pinning it down in place just kind of helps it keep from sliding. In the case of these guys, I'm not going to have to pin it because I know the edges are going to line up right on top of each other, So if it does something like slides like this, I know that's wrong and I need to fix it back up to how it was. Because on this edge, I am so close to the edge and I'm going to be starting at the top, I really don't want this underside piece to slide away so that there's a hole at the bottom of it. So I'm just pinning that bottom down in place so it stays where it's supposed to. And then I'm going to go nice and slow on these guys. For this one, I don't want this square sliding off of it, so I'm going to go around all four edges of the square and then also inside the little feet. This is actually not a lot of pins that I'm using right now. Generally, if I have something like a curve that really needs to stay in place, what I will do is I will put a pin in every ½ inch. So that is about that much space between all the different pins, all the way around it. The other thing I will do is, you can kind of see here where I've got the 2 pins in, this backside is like rolling away from the pins, and look at all that fuzz that's coming off. So the backside's trying to like roll away from it. It doesn't want to be pinned in place. So what I'll do is I'll go back and like in between, I'll have 1 pin on the top side, 1 on the back side, 1 on the top side, 1 on the back side, all the way around it like that, to kind of really pinch that in there in between those pins. This, however, is just a couple of pins, just enough to keep the fabric in place. I'm going to do the rest of the holding in place just with my hands as I squish it. But Minky is definitely one of those fabrics that you cannot put too many pins into it. Anything that has like that fur, that nap, where it likes sliding, yeah, put so many pins into it. And, oh, that's an extra piece. That's for this guy. When you are sewing, do not run over your pins. Like when you get up to a pin, pause on your machine and then pull the pin out. I don't do that. I run over my pins. Do as I say, not as I do. And if you are going to run over pins, which you should never do, make sure that they are extra thin. Like this is a very, very thin pin there. I hope that works. It is incredibly thin and it bends quite easily. It already has a little bend to it there. The easier they bend, the less likely you are to break your sewing machine, because it'll just bend. I'll sacrifice this one. Like it will easily bend when the needle hits it and get out of the way, so that the needle keeps sewing. You'll have to pause and pull this out of your machine then, because it will get stuck in your machine, but it won't break the needle and it won't throw off your machine timing. Also, another handy tip, get a pill bottle or something, and all of your little sharps go in there when you're done with them. When they become trash, put them in a sharps container. Don't just throw them in a trash can, because then when you're digging through your trash can for little bits that you want to use, you stab yourself. I buy pins in bulk. I normally buy them about I buy the packs of like 500 pins, and I kind of treat them like they are semi-disposable. Like when they do get bent, they go in my little sharps container. I don't bother keeping them and trying to unbend them. Well, if you try and unbend the pin, you have to be very careful about it. You have to go get your pliers and actually like straighten it out, because if you don't, you get weird kinks in it, and then that can cause issues as you are sewing over top of them, which you should not do. But once they get bent beyond usable amounts, I just put them in my sharps container. Oh, pins and unfinished things? Yeah, all the time. Well, all of my fabric rolls, all my yards of fabric, they're held together with pins. And then I have a bin full of unfinished things that are just held together with pins as well. That's my danger bin, where it's very, very, very dangerous to reach in to see what you're going to get. Very stabby. Okay, I'm going to go to my sewing machine now. I can sew up these feet, and then I'm also going to do the little V's there and the halves of those. So let me see. I can actually pull chat over on my phone, I think. Maybe. Do I know how to use my phone? Debatable. Okay. Let's see if this works. Oh, if we're talking about unfinished projects, hang on. I gotta come over and grab my stuff. So, if you know Digimon, I think this guy is Gabumon. This is a plushie that I patterned out on a little tape and paper form, and there's some also tinfoil in there. I started this one in, I think, 2020. I also have some pigs in various forms. I did actually finish the pigs. They are done. So the pig is done, but this is going to be a sewing pattern. So you can make your own pigs. And have I finished that? No. Have I listed these pigs for sale online? Also no. Here's a slightly larger Gabumon where I was putting together the embroidery file for him. Have I finished that? Nope. Not at all. This is a pony from My Little Pony back when Friendship is Magic was still airing live. So here is Flick from Animal Crossing. He is. I made him. He's fully done. I have the pattern, but I was also putting together a sewing pattern for him. This was the couple of months after Animal Crossing New Horizons came out. He is still held together with all of his pins. Unfinished projects, yeah, that happens. That very much happens. I actually might use Gabumon, the one that I was working on with all the embroidery designs. I might actually use him for a stream, just showing how I tear apart. Like once I draw on the plushie where things have to be, I then tear him apart and scan those bits and turn them into an embroidery file. So I might use Gabumon as a example of that. So, okay, but now I'm going to sew because I can change this over. Okay. It's much more disassembling. Tearing would imply that I'm just shredding it apart into little bits. I am going through the lines that I need and just reopening all those seams. So it's much more disassemble, but it is also still murder. Okay, I am going to try and match my thread color. Can you guys actually hear me if I'm talking at my sewing machine on the opposite side of the room here? So I don't have actually any purple bobbin thread right now. So I am going to go through and fill a bobbin. So for the little legs, because I'm going to be sewing directly on that line, I want to be able to see that line perfectly. So I'm going to be using my clear foot here, and clear and open toe, so that there is nothing in the way of me being able to see that line there. As opposed to my 1/4 inch foot, which I use for most of my plushie making, because then I can just line up the edge and have a perfect 1/4 inch there. But you can't really see what's going on underneath because it's all metal there. So I am using my clear plastic foot for this. I also do not have teal thread for the bobbin, so I'm going to make one of those as well. Oh no, having to wait for money, that's the worst. Okay, that's the three of them. Now I just need to do that fourth one, and that's why I have to put the fabric underneath. So I gotta make sure that it's facing the right direction. And then I'm gonna fold the rest out of the way. And I think everything lined up there. We will see. I need my pointy stick. So a pointy stick is actually a really nice tool to have when you're sewing. It just anything that's pointy enough that it can go underneath the foot and like smush the fabric there. That's just really useful when you can't get your finger underneath. I highly recommend pointy stick. Okay, that is the feet there. So now I can take all my pins out. And we can check and see. I did fine on that other little leg there. Fantastic. Okay, so I have all four of the teal legs, water legs, fins, them things, the bits. And we've got four of the purple fins. Okay. These ones I do actually cut up by hand. This is not something that I use my little rotary wheel for, because they are so small. And as soon as you start sewing on the fabric, it does kind of get lumpy. Like that fabric does not want to stay down. That's harder to cut with the rotary cutter. So I just use my scissors for this part. And I can cut pretty close to the edge where I sewed there. It doesn't have to be the full 1/4 inch because this is just going to get flipped inside out. And that's it. Let me cut off the extras there. There we go. So ta-da. And then I can cut the next one. I'm going to come back and trim the tops of these afterwards. Right now I just want to free them from the fabric. And that's all little garbage bits. There we go. And then I am cutting right along that line that I traced because the lines for the sewing part, like the entire fin part, that was right on the dotted line, but then I actually went up to the original line for this top arch so that I can just cut right along there and have each fin the exact same length and like ready to stuff into the body there. Free this one. Okay. There's all my little feets. And gotta get my flippy tool. So I do use this to flip them. This is the things that surgeons use. They lock in place when you need to grip something. This is kind of what I use for flipping things. So I just put them inside, pinch the edge, pull it back out, and then push it along the edge inside to make sure that everything is properly flipped. And there we go. And this is going to have a whole lot of fuzz on that cut edge. So I can defuzz right onto the table and blow them all away. I get so much fuzz over the carpet here in my craft room. I have a little off-brand Roomba who runs each evening for two purposes. One, he cleans up all of my little fuzzies that I leave for him. And two, it's really hard to work when you have a robot attacking your ankles. So he kind of guarantees that I'm not working well into the night. And I actually go out and do stuff for me rather than sitting here and focusing and everything. Because sometimes when I do start focusing on things, I lose all sorts of track of time. And like hours will go past and I'll just be entirely working on things. So I have him set to a schedule that he will then attack me each evening to make me go away, which is really, really helpful. At that point, if I want to work, I have to be really, really dedicated to keep dancing around him while I'm sewing. His name is Vlad the Inhaler, and he is fantastic. We also have Queen Victoria, who takes care of the rest of the house, and she's less fantastic. Okay, so on this little leg, I don't know if you can see my seam here, where it's very obvious there's a seam. If this was a customer's plushie that I was making for somebody in specific, what I do is I take a pin and I go kind of through there and I pick at all those little fuzzies because they get caught in my stitches and then they're less fuzzy. So that seam is just very visible. So if you go through, you can either use a pin or like a little tiny brush. I do have a little tiny brush, but it's packed away in one of my bins. So I'm just using a pin right now. But you can kind of go through and pull that fur out, and that hides the seam that you have there. So it just makes it fuzzier all the way around. Because this is something that I'm making and just putting into a craft market for people to buy off the shelf, I am not going to go through the entire process of pulling out those seams and picking them out. I'm just going to sell that as is. Over time, the more often you play with something, the fur will come out of it and like cover those seams. But it's just something really nice that you can do for like really expensive things or things for people you really, really like. And then you can be really passive aggressive about people you don't like and leave all their seams nice and visible. It'd be real mean to them. Your seams aren't fuzzy. But it is an extra process. It adds some time. So for these guys, I will not be doing that. These are just nice, cheap little shelf fillers, and people buy them as is. They get to see them ahead of time. It's not like I'm making them exactly for them. Yes, that's me being mean. That's a meanie moose. Super aggressive. You don't give fuzz. There we go. Extra fuzz straight to the trash can. Most of it goes in the trash can. It's fine. That's what I have Vlad for. Okay. I've got all these little guys. These will go onto the bellies. Right where I have those dots, that's where the little leg will attach, right in between those dots there. And it goes onto the good side. Whenever you want something to show up on the outside of the plushie, good sides go together. So I'll just pin that in place there on all of those little legs. And then once they're pinned, I will then also include the top of the body and pin that in place with the legs there. Everything kind of goes at the same time. I do need to cut the little V's, and then I'm going to take all these over to the sewing machine, and I'll get them all stitched together. No pins necessary on any of these guys. Where are my tiny scissors? There's my tiny scissors. Tiny scissors. I like my tiny scissors for tiny cuts like this because then I can actually see around the blades. They don't get in my way. It's not big and bulky like my actual fabric scissors are. There we go. Those are all my little triangles. Those go to the trash can as well. No use for them. Those goes through there. And I go back to my sewing machine after I shake off some more fuzzies. I still have my teal thread from the making the feet, so I'm going to start with my teal ones this time, and then I'll move on to my purple and change the thread color there. Okay, that's my two teal ones. Okay, there we go. Gonna eat another tomato. And all these guys need to get stuck together. Mm. Actually, I might do the eyeballs and then stick everybody together. So yesterday when I was making the other guys, these colored ones, I sewed them together and then put the eyeballs on, which meant that I had to reach through that little hole to put the eyes in. I think I'm going to put the eyes on first today and make it easier on myself. So the eyes that these little guys are going to get are a little tiny, like a plastic eye here. These ones are 15 millimeters. So I think that's roughly half an inch. Yeah, it's a little bit smaller than half an inch. Bigger than a quarter inch, but smaller than half inch. And they just have the post on the back that you shove through the fabric, and then a little plastic bit that goes on the back to hold them in place. I do have larger eyes as well that I could use. These ones are 18 millimeters, so just under an inch. These ones are 15, so that's just about half an inch there. Or let's see, what size are these guys? These are not. These are 10 millimeters. 10 millimeters, so just over a quarter inch. But yeah, they just stick through the fabric and then they have a base on the back of them. Let me see if I have any other open ones. Yes, those guys are open. Okay. And that'll be the end of these ones. I don't have posts for these ones. Sometimes when you put them on wrong, you have to take the post off, and the easiest way to do that is just cut through it. So I don't have the plastic bits for those guys. I do have butt tags. These little tags that go on the butts of stuffed animals. I'm not putting them on these guys because that tag is giant. It would be twice the size of them. So, and then you get your pokey stick. Very useful. So you don't want to cut a hole in the fabric if you can get away with it. What you want to do instead is just take something sharp like an awl or a pokey stick and put that through and then force it into, like make a hole that way so that those fibers are still intact. They're now just spread out. So that just keeps the fabric stronger. If you start ripping through the fabric, it will eventually, the hole will continue to rip and they'll get bigger. And then the eye falls out, which is not great. So make the smallest possible hole that you can and try to do it without breaking through any of the fibers for that. And then that post just goes through, the eye is on the other side, and then we get the backing out of here. I think I'm going to be short 2 more backings here as well. Because they're pretty good about giving me the right numbers of each of them. And then the backing is just, hard to see. It's just a little tiny plastic thing that goes over the back here. And you kind of press it in place. Yeah, there we go. So that's just how the little plastic eyes work there. Yeah. So I'm using the 10 millimeter ones. Just solid black 10 millimeter. Oh, the ones that have the whites on? Yes. There's a... Shoot, what's the website? There's a really nice website online that has, like, every single eye that you could possibly want. I think it's, like, safetyeyesonline.com or something like that. Glasseyesonline.com. something like that. And it's just a website of like nothing but the little safety eyes, and they have every single one imaginable. I'll have to look that up this evening and actually figure out what the website is. One of the things I'd like to do is put in like the my channel description and everything below the video. Um, all of the cool resources and stuff that I use, like links to the Shannon Minky website, links to Howl Fabric because they're really great. Um, yeah, just the glass eyes where you can get safety eyes from, the different tools and things you might need, like a pokey stick, very very useful. Um, just like all of the really cool stuff that ends up being useful that I wish someone had told me about years ago, and I just kind of learned through osmosis. What happened to be easiest, or what happened to I saw other plushie makers using. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. That should be all of the eyes that I need. Put them all up on top there. Put those guys over there. Yeah, I don't like. I usually prefer to use the solid black eyes on most of my things that I make. I just think it looks a little bit cuter where if you do the whole like the eye with the iris and the color and like then the pupil in front of it and everything, and it just starts looking a little bit too realistic. And I don't really make super realistic things that need eyes like that. So if I'm using a safety eye, I much prefer just the solid one color ones. I just think they look cuter. So unless somebody specifically requests an eye from me, I'm going to default to these ones, or I will embroider eyes onto it. I do a lot of eye embroidery as well. There we go. These guys kind of look like they could be like a bandana or something. You put it on your head and it has little tails. This pattern I'm using, technically the eyes are supposed to be like a little embroidery file or a little applique that you can sew on. I'm purely going for speed here. Like this is something that I sell at a low price because I go fast. If I started doing all the embroidery or like the very careful placed applique, that would slow down the process, and in order to make money off of them, I would have to raise my price. So I safety eyes, even having to pay for the eyes, like they're like a penny a piece when you buy them in bulk. So I prefer to put them in and go faster. Plus, I think they kind of look cute with the itty bitty tiny eyes on them. And I tried the very first of the little narwhals I made with the safety eye. I put in a giant eye to kind of mimic on the pattern. It has a fairly large eye. So I did, I think it was just under an inch, like a very, very big eye. And it didn't look good at all. It looked like it was just kind of staring into your soul kind of a thing. There we go. But I do like the tiny, tiny little dot eyes there. I think those look cute. Okay, now everybody gets pinned onto their bellies. To start with, I do the little fins, and they get pinned to the inside. Good sides go together. And each of these pins is going to get, or each of these fins are going to get 3 pins. Fins and pins. Oh, the end from, okay, from A Bug's Life with big eyes. Okay, that could be really cute though. Big bug eyes. That's adorable sounding. So because the curve of these is kind of a downward curve, and this here is an upward curve, I do put 3 pins along it, one on each side and then one in the middle, to kind of get those pieces to the right location. And I'm just using the little dots I drew to line up where they're supposed to be, which I didn't do perfectly on some of those green ones. One of those fins is kind of wonky, out of place. But he's also very cheap and he's handmade, so what else do you expect? Okay, so I've got the pins down, the fins down in place. I'm gonna call them the sea lights again, just easier. And then right where that seam is, I'm going to put that front dot from the pattern. And then I'm going to go around to the back because I do those 2 corners next. And this doesn't really want to match up, so you do have to pull it and stretch it to where it's supposed to be. And then flip it over. And I do have the dots, kind of hard to see, but I do have the dot that I drew when I was tracing out the pattern piece. That's where you're going to sew to and then pivot around. So I am going to pin this down in place and then make sure that this is pinned down in place. And this is part of the reason I didn't cut out that bottom fabric there, because I can just stretch these and make sure that they're actually down where they need to be without having to worry about where that edge actually is. So now I have the front and the 2 back corners there. I'm going to go to the next part of the body, that narrow spot where it turns into the back fin. I'm going to pin that on both sides. Basically, the parts that really, really need to line up, those are the first places I'm pinning. That curve around the entire front of the body, that's much less important. I can kind of fudge that into place where I need it to be. But like those pins there on the back, and that center being centered on the body, those are the most important parts to make sure that they actually are centered. And then I'm just going to put 1 pin on either side here. I am not doing anything where that fin is. No pins there because that's 4 layers and that's a little bit too much for these pins. They will start to bend. So I'm going to just line that up by hand as I get to that part where I'm sewing. There we go. That is all pinned together, ready to be sewn. Fantastic. Oh, thank you. I really hope they do turn out well. I like the color combos that were picked for these. These are going to be some nice color combos on them. And so far, I don't think I've made any giant mistakes on them, so everybody should end up looking decent as well for that way. Get rid of all the fuzzies. And I didn't put any of the fins on backwards, so they should all be facing in the right direction. Okay, those guys are pinned. Time for the body. Ooh, minky fabric with mixed colors like tie dye or like patterns printed on them. That didn't fail. Not go all the way through. Okay, those two are pinned together. Fantastic. I'm going to grab some water real quick. Oh, gotta put the legs on. The water legs. Oh, is that a link? Oops, I'll just fold it over. Okay. Okay, let me see if I can turn on links, I guess. Because I just see no asterisks. I need to find a way to do like temporary links. I know there should be. Oh, Lux Cuddle Sorbet Mermaid Plush. Okay, let me search that. Ooh, that is gorgeous. Oh, I like that a lot. Yes, that's a Shannon fabric. Okay, so that's like the blue one that I have here. That's kind of how that one feels. Where did I keep it? Yeah, that's what I think I've got here with the blue. Just not nearly as nice looking as those ones. Oh, those are nice. Now I have to find projects for that. Those are very pretty colors. I like the Mystic one too. The Sorbet Mystic. That's nice. Oh, and there's a pink and purple one. What is that one called? Razzle Dazzle. Okay, that one is very razzle dazzle. I agree. Those would make some very nice fluffy teddy bears, I think. Oh, those are gorgeous. I think I like Razzle Dazzle half for the colors and half for the name. Okay, there. Those guys are pinned in place. Now put the face on. Face on the belly. Pin's not lining up as nice, so I probably cut something a little bit wrong. So I'm going to just move that pin. Okay. I still do have the seam allowance, so I have like a 1/4 inch leeway for any mistakes. So it should still sew up fine. I just moved the fabric a little tiny bit so that it's a little bit more centered along it. If it is going to cause a problem, that means it'll cause the least possible amount of problem. Yep, all pinned. And last one. I think before I stuff these guys, though, like I'll flip them all right side out. But before I stuff them, I think I'm going to sew a couple of horns onto the other narwhals. I've got about 3 hours before I'm headed out to the craft market where I'm going to put them on the shelf. So I do really want to make sure that I actually have something done to put on the shelf. Um, I probably have 2 more hours that I'm going to stream, and then I'm going to head out at 6 to actually go and like put them on the shelf and go to Build-A-Bear and pick up a t-shirt. So I do want to make sure that I at least have some of them done. So rather than having 10 of them that are half done, I'd rather have 6 that are fully done. I just was not in the mood to do any sort of hand sewing at that morning. That morning, this morning. I mean, any morning, really. There's a reason I usually save my hand sewing to when I'm hanging out with the husband. It's because I need the distractions in order to keep going. Otherwise, I just lose motivation, lose steam entirely, and it's just like, no, I don't wanna. Oh, you love hand sewing? Ooh. I wish I did because you need it. Like, yes, it's fantastic sewing on a sewing machine. You get things done real fast and you can make them. But every single plushie that I have ever made required at least a small bit of hand sewing. So you can hand sew an entire plushie. You can't machine sew an entire plushie. But I'm for me, the hand sewing is the point where it's like, okay, the plushie is done. Now it just needs the little finishing touches to make it all finished. And my brain goes, no, 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 I heard the word done. We're done now. So it just feels kind of like a slog to do all the hand stitching because it's like in my head, it should already be done. People who hand sew entire plushies are to be feared and respected. Like, that is a level of focus and determination that I have never once in my life had. Okay, there we go. There's all 4 bodies. I'm going to go stitch around these guys, and then I'll come back and sew on some narwhal horns. Slight adjustment to the needle or to the pin there. My pointy stick. Oh, I missed the table with that one. I was doing pretty well throwing them over at the table. Hey. Oh, actually, that was the end of the machine sewing, so I can just go back to the full table now. Hi, Sunday. How are you doing? I am working on narwhals today. It was supposed to be narwhals and bats, but I kind of gave up halfway on the first set of narwhals and started a second set of narwhals. So today is probably going to be all narwhals all the time. Oh no, the first narwhals were turning out fine. It just required hand sewing, and I am terrible at wanting to hand sew. I was avoiding doing the work I didn't want to do by doing more work and making more work I didn't want to do for myself. It was a flawless plan. Okay. So there's my little guys. Before I flip them inside out, there are a couple places where I need to clip the seams. And that just means to cut into the fabric close to the seams. Anywhere that the fabric or your stitches make the C shape, you have to clip. So you clip on the C's. And then this, I need to get rid of all that extra fabric. I can finally cut along that line I originally had. And then I'm going to clip into that one as well, right there. That just allows the fabric to stretch the right way when you put it, when you flip it inside out. And just be careful that you don't clip through the threads because that causes problems too. Different problems. Falling apart problems. Some people, whenever they have like any curve, they will clip. So like this entire outside, they go around and clip the whole thing. And then actually when it's like when you have a like this would not be a C shape, that's the opposite of a C shape. When you have that outside curve like that, you're actually supposed to take a chunk out, like you cut an entire V out of it. Like that. And the reason for that is when it folds onto the inside, this fabric is going to touch. So by taking some of it out, you're actually taking away some of that bulk in there. I don't like doing that because the closer you get to your stitches all the way around, the more likely it is that something rips and then the seams falls apart. So I do clip where it looks like the C shape, or like that C shape there. But I don't do any of the other seams just to give it that strength. And because it's getting stuffed anyways, it doesn't really need, like having extra bulk in those seams doesn't actually matter. If you're doing something like clothing and it tells you to clip your seams, yeah, that probably is necessary. But for plushies that are getting stuffed with stuffing and being made bulky and squishy anyways, it's okay that there's something bulky and squishy on the inside of the seams. There we go. Nardwar? I don't know. I don't know who that is. When I think of narwhals, I think of the Flash video. I think it was on Newgrounds. I've even got it in my to-do task list there. The song, the Narwhals, Narwhals. It's great. So I gotta get my little tool for flipping things right there in front of my face. And where's my hole? There we go. Because I'm gonna flip these guys inside out. And I'm gonna flip. First thing I'm doing is just flipping their little feet, the back feet. And then I'm going to go up to the front and pull that through so that everything kind of comes through there. And there's the level. They stopped Cthulhu from eating thee. It's a great song. It's the same tier of song as Badger, 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 Mushroom, Mushroom. It's great. I think the same guy even made them. So there we go. Very flat little narwhal. For the spear, for their little face tooth, here's the guys that I made yesterday after stream, and then I was going to sew up today, and then decided, nope, I don't want to do hand stitching. There we go. For their little face teeth, I've just made like a little cone shape. So it's just a cone. And then it goes on the front of them. And then in order to get the spiral look that I have in the picture down there, you actually just wrap thread around it and pull it nice and tight. And that will just kind of pucker it into that spiral there. You know, I really wish I knew what these were called. Let me go to Google and see if I can figure it out. This is, it's really nice. It's basically like tweezers, except for they lock so that they stay in place. They are very useful. They come in different sizes as well. I just have the one pair. It is something I'm going to get larger ones and smaller ones eventually. I don't remember what they're called, though. It is medical stuff. It's the same thing that surgeons use to do surgery. Forceps. Hello, Fantasy Animal Vegan. Yes, you got it. It is forceps. They are fantastic, especially when you're trying to stuff animals. When you need to put stuffing into something. Generally, when you're stuffing, you want to use small little bits and get it to where it needs to be. So nothing more than like this at the same time. It is great to just pinch it and then it holds it in place. And then you can take this and where's a body? Here's a body. You can just kind of, like, I've still got that in hand, but that's not going anywhere. And I can shove it in where it needs to be. And it's still held right in the tip there. Like, I don't have to worry about where it is. And I can just let go and pull it back out. So it's really great at getting stuffing where it needs to be. Or, like, in the case of when I need to flip these guys inside out, I could work my finger in there and try and flip things. And you can do it. It is possible to flip things. But it is also a lot easier to get something skinny in there and then just pinch it and flip. So forceps. And they come in different sizes. You can get the curved ones, the straight ones, anything like that. They are fantastic for making plushies. Yep, and holding other things as well. And there we go. There's another very, very flat narwhal. Put the stuffing out of the way. I'm probably not going to stuff these guys right now because I do want to finish some of these guys before I end stream. So I've got another hour and a half. So I'm going to flip these two last ones and then I'm going to focus on putting some little horns on some of them. So the more I finish, the better. I am going to take these to the store where I sell them today. They also are going to get piercings. So let me grab those things. So because I sell these guys in person, I have these little tiny tags that go on them. And it just says, "Hi, I'm blank the narwhal. I'm the unicorn of the ocean." So I give each of them a unique name. And I've been trying to do ocean-themed names. I've kind of run out of ocean words. So I might have to repeat some or just give them funny, normal human names. But I gave them I think I had one that was just named Ocean, and then Sea and Mar and things like that. But yeah, I take a tag. You get a little hole punch. They get a name, and then I have a tagging gun. That just basically has those little plastic tags and it shoots them through there. So I'll go like that and then stuff it through their arm and now they're tagged. And then I put the price sticker on the back and they get their little name and then they're good to sit on the shelf there. So I'd like to get a bunch of these done. I am going to go out to the shopping center where I'm going to drop these guys off and also pick up a Build-A-Bear shirt for Lan. That's the custom plushie that I am working on right now. That is this guy here. He's about Build-A-Bear size, but not exactly Build-A-Bear size. So I want to see if he's going to be able to, especially with his arms, if he's going to be able to put a shirt on over his arms there. So let's see. I've done Bay. I've done Delta. I haven't done Lagoon. Reef I haven't done. Shelly is good. 500 bits to get your name onto a Narwhal's tag. That would be fun. I'll name a plushie after you and then sell you. Okay, let me flip this guy. Is that Judo Stonks? Yeah, anything water themed is really what I was going with for their names. I had one that was named Herman for Herman Melville. Ha ha ha. Um, I had one that was just named Orca. So I'm not a creative person. I do a lot of creating, but I am not a creative person. So coming up with names, I originally had like I think 20 of these guys and trying to come up with 20 different names to put on them. Um that took me hours of just sitting there and being like, yeah, okay, maybe that one would work. But does this one really look like a lagoon or things like that? It was not it was not good. I put way more thought into naming them than I probably needed to. Yeah, after lakes. One of the original narwhals was named Baikal after Lake Baikal. I think that's how you pronounce it. I've only ever read it. I haven't actually said it out loud until today. But I like that one just as that's a really fun lake. Um, I don't know any lakes around me right now though, so I can't use any of our local lakes even. But that might be fun because I'm selling them locally. Maybe I'll find the names of local town or like local rivers and lakes and name them after that. Couldn't do that where I used to live. Where I grew up, a lot of the lakes and town or the rivers and everything were named like deer kill, elk kill, because kill is old word in regards of like streams and rivers and tiny flowing bodies of water. But basically, all of the rivers and streams had the word kill in them. So, I mean, they could be really, really aggressive narwhals, but they might need some angry eyebrows for that. Okay, I have emptied my project bag for the narwhals, so that bag goes back in my closet for the next project. Cool, that is one bag I've emptied for ever. Actually, this has got a little bit too much points on it. I'm going to snip that off. There we go. I'm going to need a total of 10 of these little guys. So I've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I've got one extra. Right, because I was going to maybe make a fun print little guy as well. Ooh, I could do something like Inuit words for snow and ice and cold type words. Or I could do something and just like name him Steve. This is Frank the Narwhal. Yeah, whatever words I pick do have to be pronounceable. And I have to be able to spell them out. So probably using the Roman alphabet. Okay. It is horny time.
Ha ha ha.
Borger. That would be fun. I do have brown fabric. You heard me. Actually, I'm not going to use this stuffing for the horns. I am going to be using slightly different stuffing. There we go. This is my nicer, slightly more expensive stuffing that doesn't clump up as much, because I'm going to be shoving it into this tiny little horn and the tiny little tip. I don't want the stuffing in the tip to get all bunched up and then the tip is left empty later on. So I'm going to use the stuff that's non-clumping to stick it in there. Okay. There we go. And I'm only going to be making one of these, stuffing one of these at a time and then immediately sewing it on, because that stuffing is not going to want to stay in the little cone there. So I'm going to do pink guy first. My sharp stick fell. I don't think I'm going to need pointy stick anymore because everybody's got eyeballs. I don't need my stuffing bit until I do the next horn. I will need pins kind of to hold things in place. I don't actually want my blue pins though. I want my yellow pins for that. So my yellow pins are, well, they're bits of corn in my little poop emoji snake. But they're stronger. They don't bend as much. I did name one of the first narwhals Oscar, but that was because of my cousin Oscar in Norway. That's a good video. I like that one. So to hold the stuffing in, the first thing I'm going to do is actually just do a nice big stitch right around the bottom. This is within the seam allowance. This is not going to be visible on the actual horn once I sew it in place. But I'm going to go all the way around. And then I can pull it tight, which kind of crimps up the ending there, like a drawstring bag, so that it no longer is going to, the stuffing can no longer come out. So I don't want it all the way tight because I do want to keep that cone shape still going. But there we go. You found a site that will generate sea creature names. Ooh. Okay, I'm going to need 10 of them. And they have to be slightly short because I have to write them in here. Sharkconda. That's fun. Okay, so I'm tying a tiny little knot here. Just because I want to have it nice and tight. And then I'm going to go and figure out exactly where the horn should be. The seam on the horn goes back and it should line up with the rest of them. And I'm going to use some of my corn pins to just pin that down in place. Make sure it's nice and centered. There we go. Okay, so I like where that horn is. That looks good. Now I'm going to actually sew it onto the body. And I'm using the same stitch that I used to close up the holes in them where I stuffed them. It's just a ladder stitch. I'm going around in and out of one fabric in the pink fabric and then in and out of the cream fabric of the horn. And then back around, in and out, in and out, in and out. League roar. Bob. Bob does sound very, yeah, bobbing in the water. Yep. I named one Hydro last time. Chicas Hardrar. I'm going to have to rewatch this when I'm done today and then go back through and copy down all these names. They're going to be great. Oh, yeah, send me the link. That would be great, too. Because narwhals are going to be one of the things that I frequently make for the craft market there. Just because I can sell them very cheaply and I can make them fairly quickly. Like I started sewing 4 of them today, and I'm already at the point of putting the final touches on them. So this is one of those, like, I can make a bunch of them and then just slowly sell them over time kind of things. So one day of work and then just kind of an ongoing passive income coming in after the fact. But one day of work is not bad for these guys. Same with the bats. I can spend a couple days cutting out fabric and sewing up a couple dozen bats and then sell them over time as well. Little fuzzy bits in my way. So I will continue to be making these. As soon as like I sell more narwhals, I will kind of make more of them. I'm down to, I own in the store I have I think 4 narwhals left. So I want to just replenish them. I still have quite a few bats, but I haven't made any new patterns in a while. So I'm going to work on the bats as well, get some new bats out there. And I was hoping for this coming month that I could make some frogs. I was a little bit too busy with other projects to actually work on the frogs, but that might be something that I do on stream in a while. Yes, I did read the notes. I didn't respond back to them because I was reading them while also sending messages to other people. I think I will raid somebody from Makers and Crafting today, though, just kind of keep the theme. Unless, like, one of my friends is actually streaming. Like if Judo is streaming, I'm going to raid them just because I like them. So, but otherwise I'll find some random person, whoever's got some cool looking stuff in Makers and Crafting. I do have a couple of people that I follow who do make plushies, but there's only a couple of them, so I gotta wait for that. Okay, I've wound this a couple of times, but I don't really like it each time. So basically what I'm doing is I'm just winding the thread around, and I'm hoping that it's a pattern that I like. It's a little bit tough right when you get up to the tip because it likes bending. It's not very strong. Like the whole thing is fairly flexible. I think I like that though. So now to lock that thread in place, I'm going to go down through the horn to the where that thread is. And give it a little tug because I want to firm everything up. I really want those spirals to be seen. So I've come out right above that thread. I'm going to go back in underneath it and come out the other side just above the next spiral down. So I'm essentially tacking it down in place as I go through so that these spirals won't be able to move or fall off the horn at all. So then I go back in under that spiral and I come out above the spiral on the other side. I'm going to go in under that spiral and come out just above the other spiral. So I'm just zigzagging my way back down through the horn. There we go. And then that was the end of the spiral, so I'm going to come back out right at the bottom in the back. Make sure that it's still nice and straight and it has that spiral on it, so that looks good. And then I'm going to tie a knot to finish off that horn. This is what I made the four flat guys from. I was avoiding doing this. And yet I still have to do it. Okay, and then I'm going to go back through and come out somewhere else. And trim that. There we go. There we go. That is a finished narwhal. So what are we naming this one? I need one of those names from the suggestions. Let me see. Scroll back up. I'm going to be really boring and I'm going to use, I think, Reef for this one. This is Reef the Narwhal. But it was one of the first suggestions, so I'm going with it. Hello, Reef. Very cool. Okay. And then I have a bunch of little price tags that I printed out. And there we go. Reef is finished. This one looks like a dessert. The little pink one. Covered in fuzz. Yeah, I like that one. That one's a nice color. This one makes me think of butter. Like this is very much butter. It's just very yellow. I'm not sure if this one is going to be very popular. I just like this really dark green, so I picked the dark green. And it has a very, very bright colored belly in comparison. These ones will probably be cute too. This has got that same kind of look as I think the pink one. Where they've got that, like, the nice fun top and then that pastel bottom. I think those two are going to be very similar looking. Yeah. So I'm going to do those guys last, though. They get stuffed last. I really want to get horns on people so that I can sell them. Otherwise, they're just a whale. And is that even half as fun? It is a Gengar. Gengar is my favorite Pokemon. Oh, whale. Okay, so Ting Lu is awesome, and I love that there is finally a like an actual like nice moose Pokemon. Like Stantler is fine. I love Stantler, but Stantler isn't a moose. Stantler doesn't have the giant rack of antlers there. Ting Lu is awesome, but Gengar has been my favorite since I was in elementary school. So I don't think anything is ever going to replace Gengar as my top favorite Pokemon. There we go. That is part number 2. I probably won't be naming one of the purple ones Gengar, though. uh, so one of the rules for selling at the craft market is I have my own shelf. It is my space. I'm allowed to put almost anything that I want there, except for it has to be safe for work because it's in a place where small children can easily get. It's just a regular store type thing, so they don't want small children coming in and seeing questionable objects. Nothing illegal, and nothing that is copyrighted. So I can't make like a Pokemon plushie and put it there. And I don't know how far those rules extend to just naming things. But I also don't want to chance it because I really like selling things there and I don't want to lose my spot. If you break the rules, you get one shot. You get to break the rules once. And the second time you break the rules, they kick you out. So I don't want to get kicked out. I haven't broken the rules yet, but I want to keep both of my chances just in case I do. Ganger. Yes. Off brand. Okay, I want to put a little bit more stuffing in there just because it was a little bit squishy. But that feels better. So one of my green guys is gonna get his antler. Yep, his antler to go with his water legs. I am fantastic at words. Yeah, Nintendo and Disney are uh, very powerful and very defensive of their items, which I mean you have every right to be, but at the same time, me making one little guy named Ganger is not going to cut into your profits at all. And it's something that fans make. So I can understand why you might go after like bootleg stuff, but if you have a fan who loves what you're making enough to make like something handmade, I don't feel like you should be like punishing them for that. But they do, and if they didn't, yeah, if they didn't protect their stuff, um, they run the risk of losing it to everyone, not just the little handmade people. So I understand it sucks. They sent a cease and desist to Steam. That's wow. What about it? Does this have to do with they didn't want people modding Zelda? The Steam Deck. Oh, oh my gosh. It's like they don't want people playing their things. Yeah, I'm like, I was half following along with the story. There's a YouTuber slash Twitch streamer who, well, he's huge. Point Pro. He does a lot of like the Zelda games, but some kind of mod to them. Like Zelda, but every time I say Link, a cow spawns kind of things. And he had a whole bunch of really fun games, and I loved watching them while working because like it didn't require brain power to watch and follow along with what he was doing, and he's got a really great personality and voice for just kind of following along and listening to. And then in the run up to Tears of the Kingdom coming out, I guess Nintendo sent like takedown claims on like all of his Zelda like game or the streams that he put on YouTube. So he was like, I guess I have to stop doing this entirely because I can't risk my YouTube channel being taken down. This is my livelihood. And I don't know how that all played out, but he was kind of concerned about that happening, and it had been, I guess, happening to other people as well. Like, just anybody who played a modded version of Breath of the Wild was getting hit by, like, all these claims right as Tears of the Kingdom was coming out. And it's like, that's the only reason I watch, like, Zelda playthroughs is for the funny, weird shit that people do, like the mods to spawn cows or doing the weird ass speed runs with like no clothing at all. Like that's why I'm watching. Don't take them down. I won't watch. I won't care about your things if I can't watch them the way I want to watch them. Emulator called Dolphin. Okay, I don't know Dolphin. But yeah, that's just so annoying. Like, yeah, I want to enjoy things the way I want to enjoy them, not the way that you tell me to. I'm sorry that maybe it's not the way you intended people to play the game, but it's the better way to play the game. Let us do our thing. There you go. Those aren't quite even. That bottom one's a little bit too big, but I'm okay with that. I don't know how I could have wrapped it to get it a little bit better on that side. It looks fine on the right hand side. The left hand side's a little bit big, but it's okay. Yeah, Nintendo makes a lot of great stuff, but yeah, they have the weirdest sort of business policies and models, and it's very weird. Okay, there's my little green guy. I'm gonna do a yellow one next. That way, at least if I don't finish anything more, I'll have at least one of each color of the three colors there to take in. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll do the yellow one, and then I'll stuff a purple and a teal, and I'll put little horns on them so that if I don't finish everything in the next 2 hours, I can at least finish the one of each there. Okay. So I can't really make all the horns together just because the way I'm doing it, it requires thread to hold it together. So I could stuff them all and then sew them on. But the way I'm doing it, that the one thread that holds them on is also the thread that does the whole spiral and everything. The narwhal is very close to the seal pattern. The seal pattern has a slightly different shape, but it's put together the exact same way. Yeah, so if I stuff the horn, the stuffing wants to come out immediately, like it's just coming out of there already. So it's very hard for me to keep it in. So what I do, I could probably like use a pin and pinch it together and keep it there. But the quicker way and like actually less work is I just use the thread, like scrunch up the end, and then immediately use that same thread to attach it and do the spiral and everything all at once. So if I did this kind of like factory production style, um, I would have to stuff it, then get a piece of thread and like cinch up the end, and then like tie it in place, put it down, go to the next one, do the same thing, tie it in place, and then I'd still have to come back to this guy, sew it in place, and do the whole spiral later on. So there's not too much way to shorten the whole horn process. It doesn't take too long as is. It's still not my favorite part. So mostly my complaint is I have to actually do it, not how long it actually takes. Oh my goodness. And threading the needle. Ah, there we go. I was feeling old and blind there for a second. I could not thread my needle. Yeah, so the seal pattern is very, very similar to the narwhal in that it has the same basic shape of you got the sides and the belly. It has a slightly different shape to it though, so that the seal is slightly different shaped. Um, but the cool thing about Choli Knight patterns, as a designer, she uses the same shapes and blocks for a lot of her patterns. So, like in her store, if you buy like a cat, a sitting cat pattern, and you buy a sitting dog pattern. The bodies of those guys are almost interchangeable because they're the same size, they're the same shape, so you can kind of mix and match her pieces together. Um, that does mean that in order to get all the pieces, you do have to buy a couple of the patterns and kind of you're gonna get some duplicates in there um to get the extra little bits. But it also means that it's very easy to start sewing them and putting them together. And if you master one of them, like if you know how to do the narwhal, then you're good with the seal. Like it's all the exact same idea throughout. So if you can put together her human pattern, you can put together her woodland creature, like the druids, the satyrs, and things like that. You can put everything together because it's the same base through all of them. So her patterns are fantastic for beginners. She is actually the reason that I wanted to start making patterns and selling them. Like she does so well at it. And my original goal, going to college and everything, my original goal was I wanted to be a teacher. And I really liked teaching. I'm not going to be a teacher ever. That's just kind of no longer the plan. That just too expensive to get back into education for very little payoff. Until the culture of the United States changes, there's not much money to be made in teaching. So I can't justify actually going through the expense of being like trained as a teacher and getting a degree in that. But I really like the like just teaching and helping people learn and just that's kind of my thing. I really enjoy that. So making sewing patterns that people can use and understand is kind of along that same line as teaching. I my previous job, I taught people how to sew. That was what I did. I just trained them to sew and make things, and I constantly got to come up with fun projects to teach people. So I kind of want to continue that with sewing patterns and making fun beginner type sewing patterns. So eventually I will have, oh, I do have one pattern that I made during the pandemic in 2020 for an amabi, which back when everybody was like drawing amabis and posting them everywhere, which is the Japanese spirit that helps in times of pandemic. So I made a sewing pattern for that, and I've got that listed. But eventually, I'll be right back. The pattern that I'm working on right now is for this little pig. So it's a nice chunky little pig. It's got some fairly simple shapes. It just has the back, which is one piece. It's got the face, which is one piece. The nose, which is four pieces. You've got the side, or three pieces, the side, the front, and the bottom. And then you've got two pieces for the ears, the tiny little tail, and some little legs that go into the body. And the legs attaching to the body is the toughest part, just because you're sewing a V shape instead of straight lines. The ears also have that little V shape, but for the most part, it's a fairly simple starter pattern. And I'm almost done with writing up the instructions for it. I ended up moving to an entirely different state, multiple hours away from where I was. And so I had to spend quite a while packing up and unpacking. And then as soon as I was done unpacking, I was full-time making stuffed animals. So I haven't gotten back to finishing that pattern. But it is like 90% done. But Choli Knight's patterns are fantastic. Um, and I want to be her someday. I would love if I was making patterns the same way that she does and have the time to release a new pattern every other month. That would be phenomenal. But in order to do something like that, I do have to be making a little bit more passive income. So I think very slowly I'm going to just make one pattern at a time, and then eventually, in between all of the making these things, I'll make those patterns, put them up, and eventually, like with Trolley Night, she sells 1,000 some patterns every single week, especially more when she puts out a new one. And I would love to do something like that where I can just make the patterns and kind of have them sell on their own throughout the year. And then I can really, really focus on doing like things like land and the custom plushies because I won't have to worry about trying to pay rent every single month. Um, but that is also very super long term goals. That will not be happening anytime soon. Right now, I am very much in the stage of everything I make has to sell right away, pretty much. Like these guys are the exception. I can make these and then stick them on a shelf and sell slowly over the month. Um, but everything I make pretty much has to have money attached to it because I have to pay my rent. We moved to a much more expensive location, and my husband's new job is making more. That's the reason we moved, but comparably, we are not making as much as we are spending as we were previously. So I've got to be more focused on making things that sell rather than things I want to do. But eventually that's my goal. Yeah, long goals are much harder, especially because every time I make a goal, something happens that changes it. Like I made a goal to, I quit my full time job in December 2019 because I had enough savings that I was going to make stuffed animals and go to different conventions and sell at conventions. So I quit my job and I trained my replacement in December. I continued to help out and continued to train through January. And then I fully quit in February, set up my entire craft room, like made the entire thing like I'm going to be working full time, like I am now, making stuffed animals. And then the next month in March, our entire state shut down and every single convention was canceled. So those goals didn't really happen. By the time, and then my husband, he was still he was working on his PhD and also teaching at the time, so his classes all had to be moved online. So he needed office space. So the craft room that I had set up, I immediately had to take down things to set up for his desk. And then I couldn't sew while he was teaching because he, like, you could hear it on the Zoom call. My sewing machine is not quiet. Oh yeah, I had a crazy employee lady that it was easier for me to quit and follow my dreams of making plushies than it was to deal with her at that point. She was interesting. But yeah, so I couldn't really work full time to make plushies, so I didn't have that. I was still doing part time, but only in the evenings, and that was when my husband was no longer working. So we were kind of working opposite shifts in the craft room. Now we've moved here. He's got a new job, and I've finally, after 3 some years, get the chance to do full time work, and it's going fairly well. Like I'm happy with where I am. I am enjoying what I'm doing. Uh, this is just a couple of years after I was planned. Like I'm 3 years behind where I had hoped to be right now. Um, and yeah, so I'm behind where I wanted to be on that plan, and the making patterns plan is taking much longer as well. So I'll get there eventually. I'm working towards goals just slowly, and they keep changing. Okay, it is time to stuff. Move these guys, moving everything out of the way. It is time for me to stuff the purple guy. And I'm going back to my normal stuffing for that one because this doesn't have to be shoved in. I can be kind of careful with where I put it. I probably made that hole smaller than I should have. It's fine though. Go. Okay, there we go. Tail is stuffed. There we go. And now I get to do the rest of the body. There we go. There's the whole. Stuffing plushies always takes like 3 times the amount of stuffing that I think it's going to take. Like, I grabbed this pile for 2 of them. I think that's going to be enough for just the one. I like to kind of stop as I'm going through and stuffing and making sure that everything is spread to where it needs to be. Once you put stuffing in like one section, it's really hard to then push it somewhere else without causing those lumps and bumps in it. So I kind of like to periodically go through and just make sure that everything is in the right spot and I haven't left any gaps that I need to shove more stuffing into. Um, if you do have like a empty spot where you need to put stuffing into, the forceps really help with that too, because you can take a little lump and just kind of work it in, up, and around to where the stuffing needs to be, and then leave it there and pull them back out. So, but on this guy, I think I'm looking pretty good. There's nothing super lumpy about him. Okay, so this is kind of hard to show on stream. Basically, what I've been doing is shoving the stuffing in and away from the hole so that it kind of is making like a cup shape where all of this is stuffed, but there's still like a gap right at that hole there. But now that everything feels nice, I'm going to put just a little bit more to fill in that hole, and it is fully stuffed. There we go. Well, I'll be. Okay, so now I can stitch up this one's hole there and then put a horn on it. And I'm going to do the same thing with the teal one. I do need purple thread though. Looking welly good. Well, thank you. Yeah, and I get to fight with the thread, trying to thread a needle. I did draw that little narwhal. That was, I thought it would be nice to have the little drawing of what I'm currently working on screen at all times. So I spent like exactly 5 minutes this morning tracing a picture that I took. I took a picture of the narwhal, traced it, and I had to add the horn on top of his head because he didn't actually have a horn at that point. So it is my art, but I traced the picture. So I'm going to do, I didn't have time this morning because I'm very bad at time management. So I didn't have time to draw a bat, but I think it's okay. I'm not going to get to the bats anyways because instead of doing the narwhal horns today, I did an extra 4 narwhals. So today is just narwhals, no bats. I will draw a little bat for the next stream that I do the bats. I'm currently waiting for replies on both the little robot that I drew, or that I did draw the robot. Waiting on replies for the little robot and for the land custom plushie that I'm making. So once I get those replies, I will go back to working on both of them. If not, I will be making more bats in the next couple of days because I do really want to have more bats for sale. The little tiny things do add up over time, and I kind of need that. As much as I love making the big guys, I can make a lot of little guys in the same amount of time as a big guy. So I do need to have the little guys. And then, if I could get my computer program onto the stream, I could just show me making the little arts as well. I do have a scene set up where I can show my computer screen, but when I tried doing that, one, I did not have a Ethernet cord, so the internet was bad. And two, I tried using my embroidery program, Welcome Hatch, which is the most recent resource-intensive program I have on my computer. So probably not the best test that I had there. I could stream just drawing the little bat though. It doesn't take me too long. The only downside is the laptop I had comes apart, so I can use the screen as a tablet. And normally when I draw, that's what I do. So I put half of my laptop in my lap. I can't do that and stream at the same time. So I would be drawing on the screen, like ahead of me rather than down, like on a sheet of paper. So I don't know how well those lines would turn out because I don't normally draw that way. But yeah, it's going forward. I'm going to try and draw a little tiny sketch of everything I'm working on so that as I'm working on it, I have a little picture of what it's going to look like, which will be very helpful when things look like this and you're like, what the hell is that? Well, it's the little picture down there. So a couple of people have given me that idea, and I really liked it, so I'm going to do it. Okay, that is a nice piece of thread. I don't want to throw that piece of thread out. I can use that for the other purple one. But that's the needle that I want to use. So I'm going to take this piece of thread and transfer it to a different needle. If I was smart, I would have done a shorter piece of thread. But I am not a smart person. Okay, there we go. I'm going to save that purple thread for the next purple one. You love how much effort I'm putting into it. Oh, thank you. I have a tendency to go overboard on everything I do. It's a problem, but I think the results are worth it. Okay, it's horn time on that one. I will probably stream for another half hour. We'll see how far into this little guy I get. And then I'll cut off the stream in half an hour and continue to work on these for the next hour. I believe my husband is on the way home and he has a person he's interviewing on Zoom when he gets here. So rather than me be streaming and him trying to talk to people with me chattering on in the background, I will just work quietly there. So, but I think I can get a good majority of these guys done before I go out and drop them off. I may not finish all of their little horns, but I can make a good number of them. Okay, there's my white thread. And I'm going to cut off that little extra thread. Don't want that. Don't want that. That gets in the way. That goes in the trash can. And I'm going to use my soft and squishy. First, I'm going to take the needle and put that somewhere else so that I do not either stick myself or lose the needle inside of the plushie. That's something that you have to be very careful about, like not losing pins or needles anywhere. I used to do a thing where when I was not using a needle, I would stick it into the plushie. I did that once with a needle that didn't have any thread on it, and it vanished. And I had no idea if the needle had fallen out or if it went into the plushie. And so I ended up having to take the whole thing apart and pull out all of the stuffing and restuff it again with new stuffing to make sure that that needle did not go in there. And it was only after I finished the whole thing that I found the needle on the ground next to my work table. But like plushies that you buy that are made in factories over in China, they actually go through like a metal detector before they're handed out. And the people who work in those factories on their sewing machines, they basically have to sign needles out and sign them back in so that every needle is accounted for at all times. Nobody is signing needles out to me other than me. So you really just have to make sure that you know exactly where everything is, because sending a plushie to somebody that has a pin or something sharp in it would be really, really bad. Like, that's just not something you want to do. So, oh, the factories that, okay, so factory made plushies over in China are made in factories, but they're all sewn by human beings. We do not have a machine yet. We have not gotten to the technology point where there is a machine who can make this. So, really, what factory made means is there is one person who is just like cookie cutter, cutting out bits of fabric, handing it off to the next person. One person who is sewing nothing but like little fins literally all day long. There's one person who's putting eyes in all day long. And because they're doing the exact same thing over and over, and because they are like able to cut everything in bulk, that's the reason the prices are much lower. But everything that is factory made is made by a human being sitting on at a sewing machine inside of a factory building. Yeah, it's all production line. And so everybody who is at a sewing machine, basically you have one needle, it's given to you. If it breaks or it's too dull and you need a new one, you take that needle and all of its pieces, everything back. You have to like sign it in and sign your name, and somebody watches you do this. And only after you've given a needle back do you get a new one. And then after all the plushies are made, they also go through, like they get pushed through basically a very, very precise and very, like, a very accurate and careful metal detector, just to make sure that there's nothing metal in them, because that would be a pin or something like that. So it's really cool. There is a video somewhere on YouTube from like a decade ago of how the little Neopet plushies that were sold with McDonald Happy Meals when Neopets was a huge craze. There's a video showing how they make those little Happy Meal Neopet toys from start to finish in a factory, and it's really, really cool. I think I still might have some of those little Happy Meal Neopet toys. I still have my Neopet account. So I don't play very often anymore, but I do log in maybe once a month just to feed my little alerts, my little yellow dog. Neopets is broken beyond recognition now. It's not really a thing anymore. But I feel bad because they were like my first Neopets online, and I love them. And my account is about 20 years old now. I think it's 19 and a half or something like that. I do play Flight Rising, which is basically Dragon Neopets. I play that one on a almost everyday basis, just because pet sites are kind of my introduction to the internet. Like, one of the first websites that I was really big on was Neopets. Neopets got me into role play game, like the role play games, D&D type things like that. Just forum based role play. Um, so I would do that. I would kind of moved into that. My first job ever was when I was like 15, 16, something like that. There was a Neopets clone site. It wasn't the same as Neopets, but it was based on Neopets. It was because of Neopets. I got a job drawing art for them, and they would pay me like 50 cents for every little art thing that I drew. So that was my very first job. So I've kind of got like a soft place in my heart for pet sites. Like I still really like them, and I don't think I will ever fully give up on playing pet sites like that. Yeah, there are parts. Well, so Neopets is attempting to update their website, and they've been redesigning it for years. But there are still pages that they haven't touched that look exactly the same as they were like 15 years ago. Um, it's not the original design. They changed the site from the original design that they had like 20 years ago, and I'm still salty about it. I liked their original site design. The second design was not nearly as nice. Um, they changed the location of all my menus, and all of the custom profiles and the art that I did was no longer useful because they changed the design and the layout, and I was so upset. That's the fourth stab today. That one was just my nail, though. But four stabs. But yeah, it is amazing that the site, well, first, that it still exists. And second, that like pages look the exact same on that site. Like it's amazing. I will be sad if Neopets ever goes down. I have saved the art of my four little pets. Um, because I love them. Nostalgia. They're fantastic. But I will be very sad if the site ever goes down. My account is almost old enough to drink. Like it's that site has ceased to be a minor. That my account has ceased to be a minor. It is phenomenal. Um, so I'll be sad if it ever fully goes away. My Neopets account is so old that I wasn't even using my standard like usernames on it. Like I use the same username on almost everything. And then some sites I do have like a secondary account where I can talk about things without doxing myself. Um, but for the most part, I use the same username almost everywhere. And I don't have that username on Neopets because that account is older than my username. I bet you guys didn't think that you were getting Neopets the stream today. Okay, there's the horn. Just have to tie my little knot and then go through to the other side. Fantastic. Trim that. Oh, stop spinning. There we go. Okay, four of them. And that thread is too short to do anything else with, so fantastic. I get to stuff a teal guy now. And I'll move those guys out of the way. Yeah, I thought this was going to be enough for both of them. I'm going to have to get more stuffing. That is okay though. I buy my stuffing at like 10 pounds at a time in a big giant box. Um, these little guys use a couple of ounces, so all all of these guys together will be about 1 pound of stuffing. So I could technically make like what like probably 100 little narwhals out of the stuffing, the one box. I won't be making 100 narwhals. That is too many narwhals all at once. But I could make a lot of narwhals out of that giant box that I get. Um, I do not know actually my weight measurements from pounds to kilos. Uh, I can do inches to millimeters, and I can do Fahrenheit to Celsius. I cannot do pounds to uh, kilograms. Let me see. 2 kilos is about 4.5 pounds. That so normally a plushie like this size, that's about 1.5 pounds of stuffing. So let's see, 1.5 pound to kilogram. That's 0.6 kilos. So yeah, you could get like 3 to 4 of these guys out of that. So my 10 pound one, let's convert 10 pounds to kilos. Let's see. So 4.5 kilograms for 10 pounds. Assuming that's right. Yeah, 4.5 kilos to a 10 pound box. That is like that land plushie I make. That's probably 1.5 pounds of stuffing. I don't make that many out of a box, but generally a 10 pound box gives me 10 plushies. That's kind of where I kind of eyeball it. So if I know I've got a bunch of plushies coming up and I'm running low on the stuffing for them, I know when I need to buy a new one. Obviously, these guys won't, but when I make 10 of these, I will kind of mark that off as I've used 1 pound of my stuffing. Yeah, the little guys, these are nice. They use much less. Let's see, what do they use? This is, according to Google, this is about 56 grams of stuffing per these guys. Yeah, so these guys, yeah, they're not very heavy. Very light, squishy little guys. If you stuff them lighter so that they squish more, they actually use less stuffing. I like to stuff my plushies a little bit firmer because that keeps the shape. If you don't put as much in them, it's possible that like it comes out of the tails and it goes elsewhere, and then they're not fully stuffed. So I do tend to stuff mine fairly firm. When I'm doing plushies for customers, what I usually do is like a squish test, and I send that to them so that they can see how squishy it is and if they like that squishy level or not. So the squish test is my favorite part. Yeah, I stuff them pretty well too, but I like the stuffing. It's just kind of I don't know, in the same way that I don't like doing the hand sewing because it feels just kind of monotonous, I do like stuffing them because that's kind of monotonous where you're just kind of sitting there and stuffing things in. I did actually. I stuffed these guys last night. All of these color ones, I stuffed them last night, and I actually had to go through and take some of the stuffing out of the green ones that I did last because they were like super firm. They did not squish at all. He felt like a brick. So it was like, whoops, that is too much. So I took some of it out just to make him a little bit squishy. But I got so distracted by just putting stuffing in. It was just kind of fun. It was just like, yep, taking the stuffing, putting it in, taking the stuffing, putting it in. And I made him a little bit firm. And I'm just kind of pushing the stuffing up. I want to keep it away from the hole as long as possible. I want to fill as much here before I move towards the hole. So now that the stuffing is in there, I'm just kind of pinching it and feeling where it is with my hand on top and just moving stuffing around into where it needs to be. And it's better to do that when there's not as much stuffing inside, because you can then move stuff without like compacting it together and turning it into a brick, like I did this guy. Okay, I grabbed some more. That's probably too much stuffing, but I can put it back afterwards. Yeah, I will probably finish stuffing this guy and then sew the horn on. May or may not do that on stream. But that will be the last one that I make for today on stream. My husband is about home. He should be home in like, I think 10-ish minutes. Depending on traffic, he'll be home in like 10-ish minutes. So I don't want to interrupt his prepping for interviewing a new employee. So this will be the last little guy that I make on stream here today, but I am going to try and finish all 10 of them before 6 tonight. So one more hour to finish all of them, put the horns on everybody. And then I will take these guys in to sell and make a nice post somewhere online saying, look at these guys, go buy them if you're local to me. And then yeah, people will buy them. They will love them and they will flock to them and they will buy them and I will pay rent. Ha 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 ha. Okay, there is a little bit of a gap right here where his tail bends, so I am going to take some extra stuffing and shove it right in there to just kind of counter that there. There we go. Now he's flat. Perfect. And now I'm stuffing like right about here. There's still a gap right in here, and I'm leaving this gap until the very end. So that's where the last little bit of stuffing is going to go. But for now, I need to put some stuffing right about in there. So squash it in there, pinch, push, and let go. I really do like the forceps, and I also really like knowing what they're called now. This was actually a hint that I picked up from a different plushie maker on Instagram, where she was like, "Are you tired of shoving the the stuffing in by hand? Do your fingers create lumps everywhere?" Like infomercial style, just talking up the value of forceps. Ooh, a summer bear? Like actual bears? Because when I think summer with bears, I think honey bears. Like they're like black, but they've got like the little like brown spots on them. That's kind of my go-to summer bear because they just look nice. If you're talking just like decorative bears, um, summer, I always think of flowers, like the big flowers, not little guys in the garden, but like big sunflowers or uh, like flowering trees. Oh, it is definitely. We've got summer weather here today. Outside, it got up to 90. We actually turned on our air conditioner today because, well, we do have a pet rabbit, and he wears a fur coat. So he doesn't like when it gets super, super hot in the apartment, and I don't either, even though I don't have a fur coat. So we turned on the air conditioner to kind of maintain the temperature. It got up to, well, it was like 90 outside today, or it was predicted 90 outside, which is, 30 Fahrenheit? Or 30 Celsius, 90 Fahrenheit. I prefer it to be like 68 to 72 range, which is 20. So we've got our air conditioners on, maintaining a little bit higher than that. Yeah, 90 is just a little bit too much for me. I melt. I melt in the summer. Your summer bear has a flower crown and a lollipop with a beaded neck. Aw. And warm brown. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, flower crowns. That's definitely like, yeah. Yet spring to me is little tiny green leaves and tiny flowers, like light pastel colors. Summer is much more like the big giant flowers, like crop flowers with like super bright, vibrant colors, like the deep red and the super bright, like this color yellow. Much less the pastel colors that I think of with spring. Fall is for me brown leaves. I live up in the northern half of the United States, so we get a lot. We've got maple trees everywhere, and the maple tree leaves turn everything from like deep brown to red brown to orange to yellow to like a lime green kind of look, and all on the same tree. And there's entire forests of them. So when I think of fall, it's definitely the colors of maple trees in fall. Like those, just those leaves in all of those like really earthy tones. That's fall. And winter, I think of red berries. White with red berries. Yeah, oranges and yellows for fall bear. Yeah, those are good colors. To sew him up, I'm going to need my teal thread, which is currently on my sewing machine, so I'm going to go grab that off. And I need to remember short piece of thread this time, not super long. So guesstimating how much thread you're going to need to sew something up is kind of something that you learn with practice. But in general, I fold my thread over in half. So there's always 2 layers of thread. It just makes it a little bit more secure. But whatever length you're going to sew, which in my case is about 1.5 inches, right about there. So whatever length you have there, you want to have 2.5 times the thread. So I have 1, 2.5. So really, that's how much thread I'm going to need to sew it up. And then I leave a little bit of extra because you don't want to be sewing with your needle right up against it. So this is probably a little longer than what I need, but it's not going to be so long that I end up saving the piece for the second whale. Around. Caught on the little fin there. There we go. Okay, that is sewn up. Yep, so that's the extra thread that I have there. So a little bit more than was really necessary. I probably would have cut it right there. If I'd actually measured, I probably would have like not needed this part here. But without doing all that, it's kind of you get practice like anticipating how much thread you're going to need. Oh, and I don't need any of this stuff anymore, so I can put that back away. And then for the horn, there we go. Okay, I need to stuff the little horn. I'm going to use something a little bit thinner than my finger to shove all that stuffing up to the very tip. And I do need a little bit more, not too much, just enough to get me all the way to the bottom. I'm a little bit shy there, and it's already puffing back out. Don't do that. There we go. Okay, so that's stuffed all the way to the base. Now I can use my white. And I want to start at the seam because I want to go all the way around to the seam again. And then this stitch is up in the seam allowance. Like I have a 1/4 inch and that's where I'm going to be sewing. So right about there is where I'm going to be sewing. The actual stitches are right here, about halfway between where I'm going to sew it onto the narwhal and the edge itself. Whoop. And I throw the horn at myself. Little knot just to keep everything in place. That was the husband coming home. Yay! Okay, so I'm going to sew this on, and then that's where we'll end stream for today. Well, I do want to pin it in place because I want to make sure. If I don't pin things in place, what can tend to happen is as I'm sewing them on, I rotate them so that it would not be straight on the face anymore. So if you pin them, that helps prevent that from happening. And because I know that's an issue I have to remember I should always pin things. You'd think after I make a couple of bears with their heads on sideways that I would actually remember, but I don't. Hello! Mr. Moose is home. Okay, then I can take the pins out once everything is pinned in place. There we go. Okay, that is all the way around. Now I just have that spiral and to tack it down. How you doing?
Good.
There we go. And I can spiral. I think I gave this one an extra spiral. This one's going to be extra spiral. I like where all the spirals are, so I don't want to change them to try and reduce the number of spirals to match the other guys. So this one's just going to have an extra spiral there. Again, they're handmade. Everybody's unique. Back to the beginning where everything started. Fantastic. There's my spiral. Cool. And it's just slightly after 5. So I've got another 50-ish minutes before I was planning on heading out to drop these guys off. I will probably, what I'll do next is put the horns on the green, yellow, and pink that are already made. I'll go use the generator to create some fish sort of sounding names for all of these guys. Yeah, there you go. So I'll have at least 8 to take with me today to drop off. And if I have more time before I leave, I will then stuff the last 2, the teal and the purple, and I will take them with me. If not, I will finish them up after I get back from my little shopping excursion, and then I'll have these to drop off next weekend. So either Saturday or Sunday when I do all of the house chores and everything, I'll just stop by and drop them off as well. So they will definitely be done for this weekend. They may not be done for the start of the month though. But that's okay. I've got at least 5, potentially 8. I shouldn't have any trouble finishing the 3 of them. And I'm going to go find somebody for us to raid. Let's see. I might try and find somebody completely new today. Hmm. Nope, I'm going to raid somebody that I have raided before. She is also making stuffed animals. I don't know exactly what she's doing today, but she is sewing things. So that's something. Because there doesn't seem to be, well, there are people in like sewing category, but people I have rated before, or people who are doing like costume cosplay type stuff, not crafty stuff, and one person playing Apex Legends. So that's cool. But we will. We're gonna drop over to I'm Fire Topaz. Uh, if you want to do the raid message, let me see here if I can pull that up. Otherwise, I will be back tomorrow. I don't know exactly what I will be doing tomorrow. That will very much depend on which people get back to me about things they want me to make. Um, I have gotten word back from the robot, so maybe I'll work on the robot tomorrow mostly. If not, I will probably be making bats. Yeah, if I don't have a thing to make for commission tomorrow, I'll probably be making some bats just so I can take them in, or possibly I will be starting on a brand new pattern for a frog, which is just something quick that I can make for selling in person as well. Something that takes no more time than the narwhals. So I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Um, if not, I hope you have a good time until I see you again. And yeah, bye guys.